Mendocino Historic Review Board on December 5th. We're calling our monthly meeting to order. It is 104. We're doing an early evening. So Planner Mark Kleiser is going to be sitting in for Planner Cherry. So Mark, can you please read the participation information for this virtual meeting?
Yes. The Mendocino Historical Review Board meetings are teleconferenced and not available for in-person public participation pursuant to State Executive Order N-2920. Meetings are live streamed and available for viewing on the Mendocino County YouTube webpage at www.youtube.com/Mendocino County Video. In order to minimize the risk of exposure during the public health order, members of the public may participate in meetings by emailing comments to pbscommissions@mendocinocounty.org or participate orally via telecomment in lieu of personal attendance. All public comments will be made immediately available to the board, staff, and general public as they are received and processed by staff. Written comments may be viewed on Mendocino Historical Review Board meeting webpage. Requests to participate orally via telecomment must have been received by 10 a.m. this morning. And Brooke, have we received any public comments?
All of the public comments were posted online.
Okay.
Okay. And we have Alan has joined us. So can you please conduct roll call?
Yes. Board Member Roth?
Here.
Board Member Kapler?
Present.
Board Member Saunders?
You need to turn your sound
Board Member
on.
Saunders?
Yeah, I for some reason I didn't get the Zoom link. I don't know why.
Okay. So Board Member Saunders is here. Board Member Ohm?
Here.
And Board Member Madrigal?
Here.
Okay. And additionally present today, we have Planner Jesse Waldman, Planner Stephen Schweitzer, Planner Liam Crowley, Commission Services Supervisor Brooke Larson, and myself, Mark Kleiser. Oh, and Director William Roth.
All right. 3A. I am to public meetings, item 3A. And that's the resolution of the Mendocino Historical Review Board meeting, finding that state or local officials continue to recommend measures to promote social distancing in connection with public meetings. This is basically the resolution that allows us to meet via Zoom underneath the emergency health declaration. So do we have any discussion on that item?
No.
I would just like to say, voice my opinion again, that we should stop meeting on Zoom as soon as possible, and that county staff should implement that as we've requested now for going on a couple of months. It's frustrating me that we're one of the last entities that is still meeting this way.
And I believe later on the agenda, we're going to have a report back from staff on how we're proceeding on that endeavor. Anyone else? Okay, I do appreciate those comments. I believe we're all wishing to go back in person as soon as possible. So our forces are full forward on that one. We need a motion. Do I hear a motion to approve the resolution as presented?
I'll make the motion to approve the required resolution.
Thank you, Holm. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Alan. And with a show of hands in aye and supporting it, raise your hand, please. Any opposed, raise your hand. Okay, showing that Ishvi's one opposed. Board members Madrigal, Saunders, Kapler, and Roth, all in favor. Thank you so much. That passes. We're on to agenda item 3B, election of review board chair and vice chair. Any discussion or a motion for positions?
If I may, Ian?
I thought
Yes, please.
Item 3B is a director's update.
3B is something else.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at an old agenda. Go ahead with 3B.
Thank you, review board members, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So this item is to just have a brief update on returning to the community center for public meetings. So I just want to give you that we are essentially ready to go with whenever the board would like to resume meetings in person. As I noted previously, that we do not have the capabilities nor capacity to be able to support a hybridized model meeting at the community center for a variety of reasons, but that we can certainly be ready to return to in person as soon as you guys would like to direct us to do so. And just noting that the Planning Commission has been discussing this as well of returning to in person. As of right now, they're looking at returning to in person in February. So they too have also been conducting all of their meetings virtually up until this point, and they're going to continue to do so until about February. In February is also when the governor has stated that he will end the declared state of emergency, which I think is also further support for returning back to in-person. Now that end of the declared state of emergency is projected to happen at the very end of February. So February 28th. So we are essentially, as I said, if the board would like to give us that direction today, then we can work internally, we can secure that room and have the board return to fully in person again at the community center coming at your next meeting, which may be in January. I'm unsure if you have items for your next meeting. And noting that that would also return the meeting time to its previous time of 7 p.m.
Great. So Mark, can you tell us, do we have items for a January meeting?
We do not.
So
we're
it looks
going
like
to
it'd be February.
Okay.
You need a motion to ask or to direct that we meet in person at our next meeting?
I think that would be helpful to have a motion, a second, and a vote on that amongst all of you. And then again, acknowledging that that would also return you to your previous meeting time that's in the bylaws of 7 p.m.
And quick question in terms of procedures. Can we vote on something that has not been agendized? Or can we just direct?
You can direct staff.
Or do we
give direction to staff, and then that way we can go ahead and do that at the next meeting and get you ready to meet in person.
So I'm guessing that board member Om is all in favor of that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I make a motion that we go ahead and start meeting in person in February.
And I don't think we can do a motion and a vote because it's not agendized, but if everyone's in favor of moving to February at the community center, let me ask, is there anyone opposed on the board? Seeing none, as chair, I will direct staff to move our virtual meetings to the first available meeting in 2023, which would be February, since we don't have a January meeting. So we'll be meeting on, let me see my calendar. Looks like it's going to be February 6th in the community center, which is a Monday at 7 p.m. Wonderful.
That's correct. And we'll change our public notices to reflect that meeting in person. And yeah, thank you all for your patience while we've worked through making sure that we're able to move back into that room. So, and we'll next be having staff reach out to prepay for the room for your coming meetings for the year, and make sure that we have the staff support there for actually running them. So.
Thank you, Director Krog. Holly Magical, please.
I just want to weigh in because I did not have the opportunity to serve when we were virtual the entire time. But that 7 is so late to me now. It didn't used to be late, but now that's very late to be starting. And I understand that it is in the bylaws that we have to meet at 7. But I just want to put out there that I would be interested in meeting a little bit earlier if it was at all possible. But I'm fine to start out, and maybe it'll keep the meeting short.
Sure. I think that if I may, through the chair, I believe there'd be an opportunity. I would suggest that you return to your regular time at the first meeting in February. But there could be, if you so chose, that the board could, and we could agendize it. So perhaps you could get direction on that today of whether or not you would like to vote on meeting at a special time. It would just mean that all of your meetings are occurring at a special time, not in necessarily the regular time specified within the meeting agendas. That's what's facilitated the meeting at 2 p.m. or 1 p.m. for today for the agenda.
So we could actually procedurally, we could ask for a special time to make it earlier, and that would be legitimate.
That would be legitimate as long as it's agendized, and we could do that for your next meeting in February, and then you vote on that and it passes by a majority. It just means that all your meetings are essentially like, special meetings rather than a regular meeting.
And there are no consequences to that, correct? Okay. No. Can you please put that on the agenda for our February meeting?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then we can have a discussion. In the meantime, board members, think about what I kind of agree. I think it'd be nicer to start earlier than 7. Just in terms of everyone, including staff, just to get a kickstart. I think Holm and I are the only two who have met in person who are on the board currently. Yes. And they tend to run a little late. They run as long as they need to. But I think it'd be nice to start maybe a little earlier, and that way, even if we started at 5 and people go getting off work at 5, the first half hour anyway, it's just procedural, so that'll give enough people time to get moving. But let's have a good discussion about that in February, and think about what your preferred time is between now and then.
And then I'm just going to note for our commission services staff too, that we'll need to do some outreach to the community center and learn what kind of after school programs they may have and when those wrap up such that they do allow community meetings to occur. I would imagine it's right around the 5 o'clock hour as well.
Great. So in February, we'll have an agendized item that'll talk about a special time for the meetings going forward, along with staff's what they've researched and found from availability of the community center.
Sounds good.
Thank you. All right. Are we good on 3B? Okay. 3C is election of chair and vice chair. Discussion or motion? Actually, I think where we left things last time was actually, Mark, can you please get us up to speed where we left it from last meeting?
Oh, my understanding, we are doing the actual election now, so we're going to reach out for a motion.
And I think we had what we left last meeting was nominations. Can you
Yeah, and our last meeting, I nominated Ian to continue as chair and Holly to become vice chair. So I don't know if there are any other nominations, but those are the two before us at this point.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Okay,
so I'll make a motion that we elect Ian to continue as chair for another year and Holly to become the new vice chair for the next year.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we take roll call on that, please?
yes.
Hold on. Sorry,
I'm
hold
sorry.
on 1 second. I think there's public communication. Or one of the attendees has their hand raised? I mean, right before we vote, shouldn't there be a?
Yeah.
Hand is no longer up.
I do not see a hand.
Is there let's open it for public expression. Anyone who wants to make a nomination or a comment?
Please use the raise hand feature if you're in the attendees and you'd like to participate.
And would you like us to put a 3-minute timer on this?
I'm not seeing anyone.
No? Okay.
I think we'll save the 3-minute timer for the public items. Unless anyone else objects, otherwise roll call vote, please.
Okay, so we have a motion by Holmes, seconded by Ishvi, right?
Yes.
Okay. To make Ian Roth chair, Holly Madrigal vice chair. Okay, so roll call. Chair Roth,
Aye.
Board Member Kepler,
Aye.
Review Board Member Saunders,
Aye.
Review Board Member Madrigal,
Aye.
and Review Board Member Ohm.
Aye.
Motion carries. Ian Roth will continue to be chair, and vice chair is now Holly Madrigal.
Can I raise a question at this point?
Yes, please.
I am unsure as to the time periods we're talking about. Is this 1 year from today? Or I think this was supposed to have been done earlier in the year. So I'm not sure what the time period is that we're talking about.
Yes, typically, I'm sorry if I may, good chair.
Yes, please.
Typically, the elections are in April. Mine is the election has taken place today and will stand until April. At the April meeting, these nominations will be confirmed.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
So-
not the nomination.
That's what we just did.
Vote.
Yeah,
Yes, the vote will be confirmed. Sorry.
No, but didn't we just, wasn't this the confirmation of?
But in April, we will. 2 years ago, it was done similarly. You were elected, I believe it was a month before, and then in April, Secretary Juliana Cherry just restated who was chair, who was vice chair, and then it continued.
So are you stating that the term runs from this coming April to the following? Is that what I'm hearing?
But as of now, Ian, you are chair still, and Holly, you are vice chair.
Well, if you're continuing from what it was, isn't Holmes still vice chair until April? Are we doing this for today, or are we doing it for next April? I guess that's the confusing part.
My understanding is, as of today, these are the new roles.
Okay.
Get confirmation on that. If you want to take a break for a couple of minutes, I can go get confirmation on it. But my understanding is this is how it is from now until the next election.
April of 24.
Well, I would think 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, rather than taking up the public's time, we're going to have some time. We have a long agenda. I will make sure that we do a break so that we don't all go crazy. So during one of those breaks, feel free to go and make clarification.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. And I just want to say to the other board members, thank you much for all of your support. You've been amazing. I think we've been a group that has really worked well together over the last year or two. I really appreciate Ishvi coming on most recently to add his expertise as a contractor, which really helps. But I think we are the kinder, gentler Mendocino Historic Review Board, no longer the hysterical review board. So well done to all of you, and let's keep up the good work. I really appreciate all your support. I think we're doing a great job. Thank you. All right, let's go on to item 4, determination of legal notice. Has proper notice been established?
Yes, all items were properly noticed.
Great, thank you. Do we have any minutes to approve?
No.
No minutes to approve.
Okay, that would be item 5. So we have no minutes to approve. Outstanding are, which minutes do we have outstanding?
I don't know.
I will get that when I confirm the recent election result.
Juliana does that.
Okay, so we have, this is December, so I think we have October, November outstanding. So I know you guys are swamped. Any ability to get those to our next meeting would be fabulous and greatly appreciated.
Staff who's in charge of doing that is not attending today.
Okay. Okay, correspondence, agenda item number 6. Do we have any correspondence that has been received from items that are not on the proposed agenda?
No items have been received.
Thank you. On to item number 7, report from the chair. I just want to wish everyone a happy holiday season and be safe. I've been sort of torn about this one. There is something that's on this agenda later on, and it has to do with one of the properties, and there's been a lot of back and forth on this. And I just want to state for the probably obvious, but I think 99% of the people in the village are wonderful people. There's a little bit of a animosity going on between a couple of the residents, and I'm really saddened to hear about that. But I think we all just need to respect each other as people and individuals, and figure out how to play ball well together, because we have a wonderful place that's pristine and beautiful, and we should all be able to share it equally and respect each other. So, and I want to thank everyone for serving on the board. We have a full board for now, and let's keep it that way. So that's report from the chair. On to item number 8, public expression. The review board welcomes participation. Comments on non-agendized items shall be limited to 3 minutes per person and not more than 10 minutes for subsequent agenda items, so that everyone may be heard. Public expression items are limited to matters under the jurisdiction of the review board that are not on today's meeting agenda and items that were not previously considered by the board. If you're requested to speak under public expression, please call in now. Thank you for your understanding during the public health order, and thank you for your continued interest. Again, we will be live, where you can bring your interests and ideas to us in person at our next board meeting in February. To encourage public participation, the review board is setting aside 3 minutes to receive public expression comments via email. Please send your comments to PBS, as in planning and building services, PBS. PBS commissions at mendocinocounty.org. Do we currently have any telecomment for public expression?
We do not.
Can we put on the timer for 3 minutes to allow for anyone to come in, please?
Yes, I'm setting a timer here.
And if you can give us a 30-second heads up before we're done. And I'll remind board members that during this time, we are still visually and audibly on the record. So go ahead and mute yourselves if you want. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thirty seconds. And that's time.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public?
No.
Okay, thank you for that exercise. Agenda number 9, consent calendar. We do not have any items. Is that correct?
Correct?
Okay, brings us to item number 10, code enforcement, town of Mendocino activity report. I see that we have a memo that says that they weren't able to prepare any information. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what is our path looking forward? Can we expect something in February?
No, they will be available for the next quarterly meeting, which will be March of next year.
Okay, what can we do to support a report from them so we can actually be informed as to what's going on?
I will reach out to them. It's because of the workload they have right now. They didn't have time to prepare a report. I will reach out to them and see what we can do moving forward so that we can hear from them quarterly.
That would be great. I do understand the workload, and unfortunately that's not going to be changing, but it's imperative that we know what's going on so that we can do our respective jobs properly. So whatever we can do to help move that forward, that would be great. It's our ability to get a pulse on what the community, especially when we're meeting remotely like this. Hopefully it'll change in February, where people can come up and say what they don't like or what's going on. But it's great to hear from code enforcement, which is has an anonymous reporting element to it, to be able to find out what infractions have been observed and reported. And what keeps coming up is that the public seems to think that the Historic Review Board is both the body that makes the rules, approves applications or denies them, and enforces the rules. And the problem is that we do not enforce the rules. So what'd be great would be to be able to respond back to the public saying, we hear you, we see that these things are going on, and we're working to try to either modify or, hear cases where infractions have occurred. So whatever you can do to encourage them, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, which brings us to item number 11, which is our regular calendar, our public hearing items. Our first item is item 11A, case number MHRB 2022-0002, continued from the November meeting. Let me see, this is, the applicant agent is Mackenzie Sky and Robert Schmidt. This is historic and Mendocino Historic Review Board permit requesting make exterior alterations at the existing property and third residential unit, including concrete landing at the south deck, natural wood railings at the north and south decks, relocate window on east elevation, install wood planters, relocate venting materials from meshed copper painted white painted wood fencing at north yard, cobblestone and sand brick patio at north and south yards, existing tower building, and reduction in parking spaces from 8 to 7.5 spaces. 6 tenant parking only signs have been removed off rear yard fence in parking lot area, established a new driveway, Cal Palace Street. It's a lot. I don't really want to get into this because I'm going to recuse myself. And I am going to hand over the chair to member Kapler. I will be signing off for the remainder of this item. And Holm, it's yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have already discussed this item at our last meeting. And since then, we've had a site visit to look into all of the issues that have been raised with respect to this item. So I think we're fairly prepared to tackle the many, many issues that are before us. I don't, usually we start this off with a staff presentation, but we had a staff presentation at the last meeting. So I would propose to skip the staff presentation and see if we have the applicant present and hear what the applicant might have to say. Is the applicant present?
Yes, the applicant is present.
Okay. Well, we'd like to hear from them.
Mackenzie, can you hear us?
Yes, Robert Schmidt and Mackenzie Sky, 45045 Capella Street. So in looking at the various items, and we discussed this when we had the site visit here last week, I thought maybe just address a couple of the items that people might have a need for a little more clarity. The others are, a lot of them are consistent or are permitted or already approved. But I can start with number one, which is the 20 square foot concrete landing at South Deck. That landing is, part of the requirement for transitioning from the rear steps from the deck to the ground level. And the size of the landing and the risers of the landing, as we previously discussed, are appropriate for the transit and being able to have my wife get in and out of the house with short risers, which requires a little bit longer area of coverage than a typical landing, perhaps. So we wanted to cover that. Number two, the natural wood railings. Those were actually approved by the board last August 2nd as part of the elevation showing the south and north wood railings on the deck. So we can discuss them, but there they are. And if we skip down to number 9, which is the mixed use lot coverage, we used the same lot coverage that's been used since 2004, the past 18 years, that has been approved and designed in the summary since 2004 with the demolition of the Red House, what was known as the Red House, the rebuilding of the Red House, and which included a 1,209 square foot footprint for the Red House, 60 square foot footprint for the laundry / pump shed, and a 225 square foot for the tower base. So on top of that, to get to our total with our most recent application, we added the square footage of the new house, which is 1,320 square feet. The entry porch is 54 square feet. The rear deck is 208 square feet. Then the 28 square foot of the rear landing that we just mentioned. If you add all that up, it works out to just a little over 25% lot coverage. And those are the same numbers that Ms. Waldman or Planner Waldman had back in August of this year. The same numbers that were previously submitted. And if we go back to, well, like I said, 2004, that was McCroskey was the architect. 2017 was, what's his name? Tom Thompson. And then a couple more iterations. This project's had a bunch of approvals over the years, and those are the consistent numbers. So I wanted to bring that up. And if we skip forward to item 13, I believe the first paragraph, and I don't necessarily need to read that, is accurate. But then it goes to 13A, which is in conflict with the first paragraph. So we had provided a copy, and hopefully the board, we'd provided to staff, hopefully the board has copies of the order sheet for the gel aluminum windows that were included. No tint was added to the windows. The windows have a certain hue to them, and they are that is created by the metal oxides that are sprayed on the inner panes of the dual paned windows. And in the past, and I think this has been brought up in the past, we had brought in the California Energy Commission to go over what Title 24 or Part 6 defines windows, low E windows, and they are defined as clear by definition, which is what we put in our application last year, along with a tear sheet that had the description of the product, the type of product that would be utilized. So again, 13 is accurate, 13A then is in conflict because it says tinted windows throughout have been installed. Tinted windows throughout have not been installed. I just wanted to make that clear. So if we then skip, the ones I'm skipping are ones that, again, are either already approved or permitted or exempt. But, you know, the board has to make their individual decisions on those. So that's 1 through 15. If we then include or get to the items not included in the request that we would like to have reviewed and approved today, we skip all the way down really to number 4, which is impervious materials. We've spoken about that with regarding the brick access with sand grout or grout, and that would then not be a requirement for coverage. The amount of gravel that's mentioned in number 5, I have included photos at our site visit that shows the gravel that was previously here prior to our construction, all the way to the east edge of the new house.
I'm sorry, Mr. Schmidt. We're trying, we've got a very long agenda and we've received, I think, 7 or 8 memos from you on all of these issues. So I think at this point, it would be best to see if there are any other comments that we've received from the public with regard to these matters, and then consider these issues one by one. I'm sorry to cut you off, but we normally have a 3-minute limit to how long people are able to speak on these issues. So I appreciate your concerns and your comments. And you can be assured that I, for one, have looked at every one of them carefully. So I'd like to ask the staff at this point, perhaps we need to see if there are any other comments that have been received with regard to this item, and perhaps even take a 3-minute break to see whether or not anybody else wants to submit any comments. Staff?
No comments have been. Oh, I'm sorry. Review board member Madrigal.
And I do want to hear from staff if there's any summary. I wonder if I'm interested if we might be able to come up with I'm wondering if we could narrow it down to ones if there's any conflict or question on. I wonder if we need to go through them all since we did that last time. I wonder if
I would say that I was personally very disappointed. We were promised a memorandum last time that would summarize the items that were before us for discussion, and we've received nothing. And I'm very disappointed in that. And I agree, if we could have a limited list of items that we could examine, that would certainly speed things up considerably. Is there any comment from Ms. Walton?
If I may, through the chair. Jesse Waldman, planner for Mendocino County Planning and Building Services, and a memo has been prepared and shared with our administrative staff. It has been posted on our website, and I will have to refer over to our administrative staff about how that information is shared with you.
Sorry, I don't understand that comment.
That a memorandum has been prepared based on the request at the last board meeting regarding this project per your request. And this memorandum was prepared, and our administrative staff has posted that online, and I am not sure how they share that with the board members. So I will have to refer over to our administrative staff on that.
I looked at the website a few minutes before the start of this meeting, and I saw no memo.
I apologize about that. I have actually been watching the website myself, and I was able to obtain and download it directly off of the website before 11:30 this morning. And so I will have to defer to our administrative staff, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Is it possible maybe to bring it up so that we could look at it? Or sorry, Ishvi, sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to echo what Holly had said. I mean, we did a site visit. I didn't have any problem with any of the issues even prior to the site visit. I'm wondering if any of the other members here have any specific issues, from the site visit that we want to discuss, or if we can go ahead and approve this project that we've all now looked at and discussed for a while. I don't personally have any issues with any of the things that were brought up or that we looked at the site visit.
So I'm not sure procedurally, do we need to go for public comment first? I almost hate to say that, but because I think before we express an opinion, that's normally what we do on approvals.
And if I may, through the vice chair, it appears that the applicant does have their hand raised. I don't know if you want to take another comment from them.
Robert Smith, just the comment was, I'm online right now looking at the website and there's no memo, but I do believe.
No, it's there.
It's
Right
not on ours.
If
But
I
anyway,
may, sometimes you have to hit the refresh button when you load the agenda page, and then it will load it. It's a weird quirk of our website. So hopefully it would load at that point.
Well, maybe we could, here's a suggestion. Maybe we could take some time for public comment. We did read the comments that were posted on the website as in relation to this project. And then we could take a break for additional public comment. And during that time, maybe if Planner Waldman could bring up the memo, I'd be willing to make a motion accepting all of them, with the exception of accepting the changes when we get back from public comment.
That sounds good to me. So if we could take a short break, a 3-minute break for public comment, and at the same time, we could ask Ms. Waldman to bring up her memo so that we could all take a look at it and see what the issues are that we need to make a decision on. So can we do that?
Yes.
Yes, we'll take a 3-minute break and give you a 30-second warning.
Shall I be sharing the screen during the 3-minute break?
Okay.
Is that the directive?
That sounds good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, my eyes.
Can this be made bigger? I can't read it.
Yeah, I was going to make the same comment. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
That should be available. And I'd like to note too, that should be available online. So if you do want to refresh your screen and see if you can't pull it up, it is online.
If somebody gives a thumbs up, I'd be glad to scroll down. It is 2 pages.
I'm okay to scroll. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
30 seconds.
I'm okay to scroll if you want, Jesse. Okay.
Shall I stop sharing screen for the board members at this moment?
All right, that's
I'm okay.
I did just want to comment briefly that I did read the public communications, and there was one thing that I noticed in the public comment referred to planters being moved across the street, and that is not part of the, it just happened, it was a coincidence that the across the street property owner chose to put planter barrels in front of their yards. They are not the same ones. I just want to clarify that for the public.
So did we get any other comments from anybody?
none for right now.
No, okay. All right, so now we have reduced list from Jesse Waldman. I suppose we could work our way through that list. I understand Ishvi's idea, but I think the trouble is that all of these issues have been raised formally in our staff report of November. And I think we have to address each of the issues. And so I don't see how, you know, we can avoid going through them other than, you know, we can reduce it to the extent that the memo we've received from Jesse Waldman just now has reduced the number of issues for us to look at. But I don't think we can just say, well, the only problems I have is with lot coverage or the windows, and all the rest of it doesn't matter. I think we have to give our views on the other issues that have been raised.
So a question, I mean, if Ishvi's motion was structured to accept all of the stuff that's there, and that motion was carried unanimously, then we really wouldn't need to discuss the individual items. And that may be, I don't know where everybody is, but that may be a starting point at least that might get us out of this loop.
If I may, through the vice chair, at this point, the public hearing still is open. So after discussion, we'll formally close it and then we can take a motion.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So shall we just decide at this point then to close the public hearing? I mean, we've heard from the applicant. We haven't received any comments from anyone else other than the written comments that have been submitted. So I would propose that we close the public part of the meeting and we now focus on the matter for discussion before the board.
Very good.
Do I need a motion to that effect, or can I just make that decision?
Yeah, you can just close the meeting, but we'll need a motion, of course.
All right, I'll just close the public part.
Oh, if I may, again, through the vice chair, we do have someone who just raised their hand. It's okay to take this comment.
Who's raised their hand?
A member of the public.
A member of the public. We have
Okay.
Tom.
All right, let's hear the comment.
Tom, if you can unmute yourself. Thank you.
Yes. Hello.
Yes.
I would like to raise a particular issue about lot coverage. I think one of the things that has been very important over the years, over the number of years that these guidelines have been in place, is that we not crowd a bunch of hard surfaces on property. And I would propose that there are other ways to achieve what this project is trying to achieve by using hard concrete or otherwise surfaces. So basically, the comment is that retaining the 25% or so lot coverage is a very important thing in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
And are there any other members? Sorry, are there any other members of the public? Yes, we have Kelly G on the line.
Okay, please go ahead.
I just wanted to echo Tom's comments that lot coverage is an important issue in the town of Mendocino. It creates the character that we all love, and going over 25% is a big deal. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
We have the applicant who has raised their hand again.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, actually just addressing Tom and Kelly. The lot coverage is important. In fact, we use the same lot coverage numbers that Tom Thompson provided to us when we designed, or he rather had him design a house for us that we decided not to build, I think 4 years ago. But those numbers have been consistent. The lot coverage comes in at 25%. I believe Ms. Waldman has some inaccuracies in her calculation. So without needing to go into those specifics, but I'm happy to do it again. 1209, the red house, 60 square foot, the laundry, which is also the pump house, 225 square feet on the what's known as the tower base, 1,320 square feet for the footprint of the new house, 208 square feet for the rear deck, 54 square feet for the front porch, and 28 square feet for the concrete landing that's been discussed. So no additional concrete's been added. The other hard surface is the brick and sand entries, and that is it. So we use the same numbers that have been historically used for the last 18 years, and then just added the footprint of the new structure. So it comes in at 25%. The rest of it, I'm not sure. But regardless, we use the same numbers historically approved by the board and approved by PBS in past applications. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I may, through the chair, just for the record, I would like to read the participation language that is normally read when we open to the public. And then if there are any other members out there, oh, we do? Oh, okay, we do have one more member. Is that John? Mm-hmm. John? Okay, let me read that now, John, if you can hold on a second. The review board welcomes participation in the meetings. If you requested to speak on this matter, please raise your hand now. To encourage public participation, the review board is setting aside 3 minutes, which we have done previously, to receive comments via email. Please send your comments to pbscommissions@mendocinocounty.org. When called to speak, please state your name for the record. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Speakers are asked to please address their comments to the meeting chair and to refrain from using profanity or engaging in conversation with members of the audience or staff. The clerk will announce when you have 30 seconds remaining. Thank you. Okay, and John, if you can unmute yourself, please. Yes.
Hello.
And can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, this is John Simonich. I'm questioning, I guess, the tinted windows. I see on the memorandum that appeared today that tinted windows have been installed, but the Mendocino Historical Review Board hearing said that clear glass would be used. And I heard the applicant say that these are not tinted windows, but my eyes beg to differ. And when it comes to history versus energy efficiency, I think in Mendocino, history should win out and efficiency shouldn't be. Anyone can see that those windows are tinted. You can call them what you like, but they have a gray tint to them. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And it looks like the applicant has raised their hand again.
All right. Mr. Schmidt?
So I guess in answering to John's statement, the windows as new construction and part of the application includes the Title 24 energy package, the building plans, and the historic, or rather the planning department approval. In all of those, what our statements were, they were accurate and approved as of August last year, to the point that when this issue came up earlier this summer, that we contacted the California Energy Commission to ask them to come up with, I guess, a final on this. And their answer was that as of Part 6, which is Title 24, that low E windows, if they are included in your energy package, which is true for all new construction, not historic, but new construction, that the windows as indicated in the energy package, as indicated in our tear sheet, and as described accurately in the planning submittal were submitted and approved last year. So any deviation is probably because we're the first new house to be built in many years, maybe since John's house was brought into the community.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I have, oh, shoot, I think I have a motion if you're interested in closing the public hearing.
Are there any more public comments?
No, there do not seem to be.
Okay, if not, then can we have a motion to close the public part of the discussion?
I don't think you need
just
that,
leave it
just you just do that, but I'll make a motion for the item.
Okay, all right. I'll close the public part of the discussion then on my own say-so. And now we open it up to the board. And I think Holly has an idea for how to simplify this discussion, and I'd like to hear her views.
I'm going to take a stab, and Planner Waldman can correct me if this is incorrect. But I am going to move approval of items 1 through 12, which are the concrete footing, natural wood railings, the movement of the window, wood planter, changing the mesh, installation of cobblestones and brick, reduction in parking spaces, the lot coverage, which we should discuss how to clarify in the motion, the removal of signs, the driveway, the windows, and the dental trim. So those are the 12 things that are outstanding. Is that correct? I'm going off of the memo. So Planner Waldman, are you suggesting that the 3 items not in the request should be added?
Yes, Planner Waldman, if I may, through the chair. Because of the application submitted and the request from the applicants and the goal for completing the building permit to receive final for the actual structure, and the as a result of the building permit, there have been exterior changes that require the board's approval, and 3 items were not put into the formal application submitted under MHRB 2202. And staff has felt that it's important to include those because they do require MHRB approval, and they would not result in the final of the building permit if they were not approved. And the memorandum separates the 12 items that you just mentioned into items that are inside of the application submitted to Mendocino County Planning and Building Services. There's 3 items that were not included in the application itself that do require MHRB application or MHRB review and approval. And then the latter part of the memo are items that are exempt from MHRB. And that was the request of the board to separate those 2.
Okay.
the items that are not approved, that were not included in the MHRB permit, then those items would need to somehow be resolved. And it's difficult because some of these items have gone up and have been taken down. Some of these items have moved, or they are not requested in the application. And so
you're talking about the exempt, but wouldn't the exemptions be a separate discussion? Like those, are you talking about the 5 items that are exempted?
I think we have 3 items. I think what I hear Jesse saying is there are 3 items that we either have to include with your motion
Okay.
or we address separately. And I mean, that was my suggestion, that we try and do them all as one motion. So I think your question earlier, Holly, is, are there other items? The answer is yes. Now we need to hear exactly what they are in the motion.
So my motion is to approve, and if we need to pull out some of these to discuss further, I completely understand, 1 through 12, and the items included in the request, applicable sections of MHRB guidelines, which are 4 metal signs, the additional pervious landscapes that have been done, and the additional compacted gravel areas. I'd be happy to talk about those 3, but I'm going to include those in my motion.
You know, I still don't have that memo in front of me. And I've just looked at the review board agenda, and it still says coming soon. So I don't know where this.
I'm refreshing your page, Commissioner Kapler.
Yes.
Can you try hitting refresh on your browser page?
I've just opened it now. So why? I'm not sure, but no,
maybe we could.
You've lost me there.
Maybe does staff have the ability to copy that and email it to the chair?
I'll see what I can do from in here.
Okay.
It's
I'd like to second Holly's motion.
Holly's motion is to approve all of the items on that list without discussion.
Well, I'm happy to discuss any of the things, but we have a motion and a second to move forward with approval.
I have a problem with that because I do think the lot coverage issues needs to be discussed. I think the windows need to be discussed. Frankly, I think the cement stoop needs to be discussed. And also, I think there are still items on there that I don't think should be before us, such as the railings. I think the railings were approved. So I don't know why we need to approve something that shouldn't be before us to begin with.
Maybe you can bring up your concerns about the items that you would like to discuss. If we want to discuss the windows, the concrete, and what was the other one? The lot coverage. Then let's discuss those 3 and see if we can get to where we can vote on this motion.
Okay. I'm happy to do that. So let's start with the lot coverage. The applicant makes an argument that makes sense to me, that he and his wife have stayed within the 25% lot coverage, but apparently Ms. Waldman doesn't agree. So I think we need to have a discussion about the lot coverage. Anybody else feel that way or not? Could we have an explanation from Ms. Waldman why the applicant's views on lot coverage do not make sense? Please.
I'm sorry, Planner Waldman. I have received 3 different sets of plans since the submittal of this MHRB permit. I have reviewed this MHRB application with the building permit that allowed for the development of the structure, and multiple items have changed since the building permit was issued and since it was brought to staff's attention that there was changes to the exterior of the structure. And the 3 different sets of plans that I have received from the applicant have all had different calculations, and I have calculated the square footage as best as I could of everything that is proposed to you today. I have separated it into our existing square footage from previous development before this structure was proposed, and that was at 18.6% lot coverage. The coastal development permit and the 3 previous MHRB applications were all under 25% until the development of the parcel occurred and the exterior changes occurred after the building permit was issued, and that is why we are here today.
So I'm a little confused. So do you agree that the lot coverage is above or below 25%? And specifically, if you disagree, what items do you disagree with from the applicant? Just on the lot coverage, not the exterior stuff, just the lot coverage.
So just on lot coverage for structures of impervious material, I have a 30 by 40 foot print of the structure itself, which is 1,320 square feet just for the single family residence, the structure we're talking about. The front porch with the stairs increased in size to 78 square feet. The rear porch increased in size to 208 square feet. The stairs at the rear porch increased in size, covering 42 square feet. And the concrete at the rear porch of this residence is an increase of almost 50 and a half square feet. And the porch at the tower pump shed, the orange mustard colored cottage, has an increase of 73 square feet. That is a 14.6% increase that gives us the 33.3% lot coverage.
So basically you're saying that it's the porches and the stairs that make the difference?
Yes.
And I did not write down the applicant's numbers, so I can't compare them one to the other to see where the discrepancy is.
I do sort of want to think about the end result also. I understand the importance of the accuracy in the numbers, but are we going to be thinking about asking them to take off 2 feet of a porch? I just wonder about when we're thinking about the historical integrity of Mendocino Village with new construction, how that plays in from where we are right now, which I realize we want people to.
Yeah, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm not even clear that there is a discrepancy at the moment. I mean, I have one set of numbers that Jesse Jace gave us and specifically said, so where is the difference between those numbers and the numbers that the applicant gave us, so we can see why one person comes to 30%, the other comes to 25. If we can resolve that it really is 25, then we don't have to have the discussion you just suggested. If it doesn't, then we do. So I'm trying to get to 2 sets of numbers and try and understand where the discrepancy is, and I'm not there yet. I don't know if the applicant is still available to comment on Jesse's numbers.
Yeah, if I may, to the vice chair, the applicant is here. They do have their hand raised if you wish to call on him.
Okay, let's hear from the applicant again on this issue.
Thank you. So if we were to go to the staff report, and this is from the November 7th, I dumped, the memo just populated, by the way, but the number 18, it starts with let's see, this is like the third sentence where Ms. Waldman says MHRB 2022 is an increase of 14%, 6% from 18.7. So the 18.7 is inaccurate. It's actually 12.2% of the previously approved and built prior to new construction. So that would be the red house, known as the Rego rental, is 1,209 square feet. The laundry slash pump shed is 60 square feet. It's 6 by 10. The mustard slash tower base has always been at 225 square feet. So if we add those up, it's 1,494 square feet, or 12.2 of a 12,196 square foot lot. The new construction is 1,320 square feet for the footprint of the house, 54 square feet for the entry porch. It's 9 by 6, 9 by 7, 9 by 6, I think. Sorry, 9 by 6. The 28 square foot for the stair landing at the rear, and 208 square feet for that rear deck. That total, 3,100, I'm doing it in my head, divided by 12,196 is 25%. And what I'm going over are the exact structures that are here. You know, the original first 1,494, they've been here for 18 years. The only addition to that has been the house and the access stairs and porch. Thank you.
Thank you. I still find it hard to believe that if we're only talking about a porch or several porches and stairs, that could make that big a difference to shift from 24.4% or whatever to 33% of lot coverage. I mean, the stairs and the porches are minor.
Well, Holmes, we need to remember that the whole lot's only 12,196 feet. So, you know, lot coverage on really small lots kind of becomes a little bit of a difficult exercise, because there's a lot that goes into calculating lot coverage at the beginning of construction project all the way up through to the end. And so just the addition of a small pump house or a landing that you didn't know about or whatever can change the percentage, you know. And so I think we don't need to adhere so hard and fast to a 25% rule so much as we should be looking at the nature and character of each individual development and lot. So, you know, when we walk through that lot, we see that there's ample parking, there's landscaping, it's not built out to an extreme extent, which I think is the intent of the 25% rule. So rather than maybe getting hung up on, are we at 3,100 or 3,700 square foot of lot coverage, we should be just looking at the overall project and does it adhere to what we want for a lot coverage in town? Because very small amounts can change that percentage when we're dealing with small lots.
Okay.
If I could just backpedal. So what I think I'm hearing is there are some things that Jesse has included that the applicant didn't in the lot coverage. Is that basically the bottom line? And I don't know exactly how much that is. Is that what makes the difference between 25% and 33%?
But I would say that we are in agreement to the same structures, but we are not in agreement to for the record lot coverage in the sets of plans that has been brought to the MHRB board in the past and what is on site.
But the difference between the numbers that we got from the applicant and from you, there must be something that you included that he didn't, because you got a bigger number. So is that basically the bottom line?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I need to understand. Okay, thank you.
If I may, through the chair, the staff report as presented to you guys to the board, not you guys, I apologize about that. The staff report that was presented to you on November 17th, or excuse me, the previous hearing, November 7th. The conditions that are proposed in that staff report are not recommended to be changed. So the recommended conditions 1 through 18 are exactly the same. And if there was going to be a motion today to approve this staff report and this recommendation by the board, as has been discussed, in the concern of lot coverage, I would like to specify that staff included condition 18, which means that we could approve items 1 through 12 that were included in the application, items 1 through 3 that were not included in the application today. And condition 18 would require the current applicants, landowners, to come forward with a separate historical review board application to address the lot coverage specifically, and that would allow for their building permit to be consistent with the MHRB approvals. So we can move forward. Staff is recommending the approval of this application with a condition number 18, which states that prior to this MHRB permit expiration and final of any building permit, including BF 220429, unless no building permit is obtained, and at the request of the landowner, the applicant shall apply for an MHRB application for a proposal to reduce the lot coverage to an allowable percentage consistent with the Mendocino Mixed Use District, MMU, development standards per a section that's not part of the historical review board, and then exterior developments that are subject to the Mendocino Historical Review Board guidelines, as the proposed lot coverage is exceeding the allowable 25%.
So if I try and play that back to you, what you just said is we could approve this, but then we're going to have, and the building permit would proceed, but we're going to have a further discussion about let's call it discrepancy between what the landowner considers or the applicant considers to be the lot coverage and what the planning people consider to be the lot coverage, and whether we would allow that discrepancy to exist. And we could table that for a later date without actually holding up the building permit. Is that correct or not?
No. The building permit will be held up until there is approval by the board overall.
But if we decide today that we can approve the lot coverage the way that Planning and Building Services has calculated the lot coverage, then there's no need to come back to the board.
No, I agree. That's where I'm trying to figure out, what the next move is. Yeah.
No.
And I agree with you, Home. That's true.
Okay.
But we are, if we do that, we're granting an exemption, effectively.
Right. Since you raised items 11 through 17 of the permit, talking about fencing and house numbers and all of this, I don't understand why those items are in the recommended conditions at all. It seems to me those items are not before us.
If I may, through the chair, since the time of the building permit request for final for staff to go out and finalize the exterior finishes on this project are consistent with the previously approved MHRB board permit, what has been on site on 3 different site visits on multiple occasions, the signs have been put up, the signs have been taken down. Planters have been put in areas and relocated. Things have changed at the choice of the applicant throughout the time that this staff report was prepared. And the items that at the time of this staff report being an issue, some of them have been resolved, but I have not changed the staff report to you. And I have, how shall I say? I have tried to address what is in this MHRB application in front of you, as well as the concerns for the building permit, to get the applicant and the landowner final as close as planning staff can recommend final for their building permit. And it is out of staff's hands when subject items float, when they move, when they change, when the applicant changes their mind. It's that part I cannot control or edit my staff report recommendations every time that there's a change, or we wouldn't be able to get to where we are today. So what's in front of you in the staff report is what the applicant brought and what was available to staff at that time of preparing the staff report.
So get back to Holly's motion for a moment.
Just to be clear, my motion only is 1 through, it's not the things on the previous staff report that we now think are not necessary to cover. It's just 1 through 12 and then 1 through 3. That's
that's where I was going, Holly. So we've just said one way of getting past this is to improve an exemption on the lot coverage. So let's table that for a moment. Now we have 2 other items to cover to see whether we will accept them or not. And I'd like to understand what those 2 items are and whether we can add those.
Well, the second item that I think has been raised as a concern by a number of people, and it's an issue that's of concern to me, is the issue of the windows. And I think we agreed that the windows should be clear, and there seems to be some question as to whether or not the tint that they have, that they're still considered to be clear windows. I don't know how the rest of you feel about that, and perhaps you could express your views now, and perhaps we could get Jesse Waldman's view on whether or not the windows are clear.
So what I heard was that they are defined as clear. Whether they look clear or not is another matter, but they're defined as clear. So there's no intent on the part of the applicant to do something that he wasn't allowed to do. They, as far as he's concerned, they're clear windows. The question is that an adequate coverage? And I mean, as I understand it, there have been no new buildings for some time, and this is part of the energy conservation. So I personally didn't see it to be a big deal, but I don't know how to unwind it and still meet the energy requirements for new buildings. So I think we're done with that one. We don't have too much choice. That's my opinion.
Okay, Ishvi?
Yeah, I agree. These are low E windows, and low E windows are generally good for energy conservation. I think we should encourage the use of low E windows in Mendocino.
Okay, Holly?
I tend to agree. I think, the public respondent and the comments that I've had are correct. I mean, they have like sort of like a green cast to them, but I don't think that could have been avoided given the energy things requirements. I think we are going to continually be faced with modern construction issues, especially like when we're dealing with the, forest interface and things like that. I think in this instance, though, the applicant has shown that, they ordered clear windows. That's what they were striving to achieve.
Right. And Jesse, do you have anything else to add to this?
I need to pause just for a moment.
Okay.
Can I suggest perhaps, if I may, through the chair, that we take a 5-minute break and reconvene then at
maybe a 7-minute break?
A 7-minute break and reconvene at 2:35?
Sure. We'll take a 7-minute break. And will somebody keep track of the time?
Yes, we'll give a 30-second warning.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is 7 minutes. We are back.
Okay.
Calling the meeting back to order at 2:35.
Great. I think 1, 2, 3. We're waiting
We're all here.
for Jesse still.
And there she is.
Okay, and Jesse's back. Jesse,
We're on to item 3 of the list then, right?
pardon?
We're on to item 3 of those 3 additional, unless there's more coming on the windows, I guess.
Right. I think the question was still with regard to the windows, though, whether Jesse had any more information on whether or not they were clear or not.
Yeah.
Jesse Walden, planner, and if I may through the chair, the color observed on site does appear to have a color that is not clear per the previously approved MHRB permit. And staff has prepared the exception, condition number, it's not condition, it's item number 11, where the tinted windows throughout have been installed under the building permit, where the previous MHRB approval approved clear glass. And per the MHRB guidelines, the changing of window glazing and colors or tints do require the board's approval. And our office has not received a clear itemized spec list of the windows that were installed. However, the guidelines do allow there to be, there is no specification that the windows shall be clear, except for the previous MHRB permit that says that they will be clear. So it has been added to the staff report and the recommendations that the change of color be presented to the board, to the historical review board.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple of, well, I had the issue of the concrete landing. I don't know if anybody, in general, we're opposed to concrete and we would prefer some other material be used, such as brick, but I don't know whether anybody else feels strongly about that. It's a minor issue, I think. Anybody else have any view on that? No?
No,
I do think that for, you know, for future, my understanding is that concrete always tends to need to be used in like foundation type applications, but that it would be minimized or buried, I think, in future applications. But I think the explanation for this one has been addressed. And it is also in the backyard, surrounded by fencing. You know, it's not affecting the historical character of the building from the public.
Right. And then the final item I had a question on was the natural wood planter boxes. And there's a reference to section 2760-35D. As far as I know, there is no such section. Why are the planter boxes a problem? I don't understand why planter boxes needed to be approved.
If I may, through the chair, Kapler, where are you seeing D?
Pardon?
Where are you seeing this?
I'm seeing this in your list. I finally got your memorandum. And item 4 says natural wood planter boxes at South Yard per MCC section 2760-035D. As far as I know, there is no such thing as D.
So are you thinking that it's not within our, like planter boxes are not within our purview?
That's what I'm saying, yeah. I don't know why we're ruling on planter boxes.
Because landscape staff has that in there because landscaping does require MHRB approval, and I'm looking up the code to see if that is a typo, and thank you for your attention to detail.
If I may, Mark Clyde, planner, I believe that should be 20.760.030D.
Instead of 3.5.
30 what?
This is work in historical zone A, section 20.760.030.
Which says what?
Goodness, I just have it.
I have it here if you would like.
Okay. Yes, please, Jesse, thank you.
Section 20.760.030, work in historical zone A requiring approval. None of the following activities shall be commenced or continued within historical zone A, nor shall any building permit, demolition, or any other permit necessary for such work be issued without prior approval of the review board, except as specifically followed in a different section. These are D, all fences and or exterior dividing walls.
Yeah, so how does a planter box fit into that?
The permanent planter boxes that separate the fencing from all the other parts of the yard, and that was staff's interpretation of the guidelines and the activities on the site. And at the time of this application coming in, there was no fence put in at the driveway, so it was all visible from Capella Street, which is a public right-of-way.
Okay. All right, I'm getting tired, so.
So what was the third item on the list? Wasn't there an item about the signage? That was the third thing on the parking signs? On the three things that were not in the original review and are now on the table for Holly's motion. What was the third item?
Madrigal, would you like to take that?
I'm trying to think what the third item was. I can't remember.
The additional
items. I think Holmes' items were the windows.
We've talked about my items. Okay. So now, is there a question about these items not included in the request? Is that what you're asking about, Alan?
Yeah, I am. I thought there were 12 items that were included, and then there were 3 additional ones, one of which was the windows, one of which was the concrete. I can't remember. We dealt with 2 of them, and there was a third one. I can't remember what the third one is off the top of my head.
There are 3 items there. One is 4 metal signs at fencing at North Yard. Number 2 was additional pervious landscape areas. And number 3 is additional compacted gravel areas.
Okay. So the signage was the one I was thinking of that we need to address next. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you have thoughts on it?
Only that I have some sympathy with the fact that not having a parking sign in your gate and having people park in front of your gate is not really a good thing.
Yeah, I have sympathy with that as well.
So I'm looking for a way to get that. The signage I understand was incorrect, but I would like to find a way to get that signage back so that the applicant doesn't get his driveway blocked. That's what I'm really in it for. I think it's a very valid point.
So the motion before us that's been seconded is for items 1 through 12 and 1 through 3 as written.
Mm-hmm.
I would be open if people want to take off. I'd be open to taking off item number 1 on the second, that second
list, right?
If that's the desire of the group. I mean, I assume that that's because signage is not historical looking, but I'm certainly aware of what you guys are referring to, and it is removable.
If I may,
I would be happy to take that item off the list. Item 1 of the second list.
Planner Waldman?
So, yes.
if I may, through the chair, regarding signs, so at the time of the staff report being prepared, there was extensive signs all along the fence on Capella Street, as well as multiple signs in the rear yard that were visible from Ukiah Street. And there's sign design guidelines that talk about square footage, limited for the lot size. There are a few exceptions for signs that are not subject to MHRB. And specifically under the sign regulations, there's signs that are for danger signs, signs of public utility communities, indicating dangerous conditions and aids to service or safety. House numbers, there's specific guidelines about house numbers and where they shall be posted.
Okay.
And then there's also directional warning signs, but those are to be erected by federal, state, county, or public officials. And so the danger signs, there's specific exemptions about no parking signs, but the amount of no parking signs that have been put up on the site and taken down. And the last time that I did a site visit, which was the 18th of November with all of you, there were no signs posted on site that day with any concerns for a change in sign requirements. But at the time that this staff report was prepared, and I'm sorry to repeat myself, so it was important for the signs that are in the application request be addressed, and the signs that are not in the application that were on site after the fact without MHRB approval be addressed at the same time. And so that is why it's in the staff report.
Yes, I understand that, but I also understand that the issue of signs is somewhat difficult. And I think we were talking about with Ishvi to talk about signs at a future meeting. And it seems to me we could talk about some of these kinds of signs at that future meeting. I would suggest that we drop this reference to the 4 metal signs from the approval that we're going to give. At this point, those 4 metal signs are not up. And so I don't know why they're before us. So Holly, do you want to go ahead with your motion?
Okay, so if Ishvi's good with this, as far as the motion, it's to approve and make okay items 1 through 12. And on the items not included in the request, we are going to okay items 2 and 3 as written.
And one of them certainly is an exemption for the lot coverage. Yep. And I would make a point that I'd like the staff to minute. The people seem to think an exemption is a
precedent.
Precedent. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you. And it's not. It is an exemption. So I think we've got to be very clear when we say it's an exemption. That doesn't mean to say that we are allowing people to do it in the future. It is not a precedent. I would like that in the minutes. When we come back and look at our history, we can point to that and say, just remember that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so could we have a vote on this?
If I
did we
may,
get
Jesse?
Condition number 12 through 13 within the staff report, the recommended conditions allow and specify what signs and what they're subject to per the MHRB guidelines, which address the 4 signs in the memo. So the conditions of approval, if you guys were to approve anything in the memo, you would be approving the conditions of approval that are recommended within the staff report, which is on pages 8 and 9. And so items 12, 13, 14, and 15 discuss the allowance of signs that could be allowed on site that are exempt for MHRB as long as they fit the sign size requirements.
So I think what we're saying for the motion is we're having an exception for the lot coverage. We're accepting the windows, again, as in a sense an exemption, because you can argue whether they're tinted or not. And we are assuming that the signs are down and removed. Those are the three things I think are part of the motion.
What we are approving, as I understand it, is the items that are listed in the December 5th memorandum, items 1 through 12, and then the second two items, items 2 and 3. That's all we're approving. Right. And the, what do you call it? The recommended conditions that are in the staff report, I don't think would apply here.
I think I get you. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm incorrect because if the signs are down, they're down, and we're not approving them. It's a no-brainer. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I agree with you. Good point.
Thank you. So I think you know, well, we're not talking about the staff report. We're talking about the memo of today, and we're talking about those items with the exception of the item that deals with the metal signs, and that's what we're voting on.
And it's my understanding that once this vote is taken, should be successful, that staff will be able to complete their building permit.
Right.
I'm sorry, but staff will need to come back and prepare a revised item of the recommended conditions of approval to make sure that we are appropriately approving everything.
Wait, I want to get clear on this. After we approve this, Jesse, you're still saying you can't issue an occupancy permit and can final on this project?
I'm sorry to say that if you believe that the memorandum before you are new recommended conditions of approval, this is not correct.
Okay, what do we need to approve in order to allow this applicant to finalize their project? I think that's the real nuts and bolts here. We did a site, we postponed already 1 month. We did a site visit. We found no issues that were objectionable enough to anybody on the MHRB to hold up this project. I want to make sure that what we vote on here today allows the applicant to be able to finalize their project and get an issued occupancy permit and not come back before this board.
So if you turn to page 8 and 9 of the staff report that was presented to you on November 7th, there have been no changes to the recommended conditions of approval for MHRB permit 2202. The memorandum today was clarification about the body of the staff report and not about the conditions of approval recommended.
Okay. So if we look at the recommended conditions, I would suggest that we drop recommended conditions 11 through 17. Can you all look at the recommended conditions? 11 talks about a white painted wood fence. 12 talks about house numbers. 13 address signs. 14 no parking signs. 15 no parking sign. 16 hanging planters. For God's sakes, I don't know why hanging planters are in here. And 17 talks about a pedestrian gate, which opens the wrong way. I would drop all of those items from the recommended conditions.
So I apologize that I need to have this clarified. So the Planner Mulligan, what you're saying is that if we voted on the motion that we just did, that would be insufficient. But if we vote on what Holm just said, which we think is the same, we think it's the same, then they'll be able to move forward with their permit.
Sorry, I'm going to have to pause before I can provide answer because I'm not sure on the protocol to.
Okay.
change all of the conditions of approval. And so I may ask that we continue this until later in the hearing.
I think it's clear that we're, okay, it looks like other staff is going to change it. I think it's clear that what we're wanting to do is get this done. And so we just need to know what we need to, so go ahead. Go ahead, I see.
Yeah, Mark Kleiser, may I make a suggestion that we pause this now and go to the other items and then bring this back at the end and giving Planner Walden an opportunity to do a red line of the conditions of approval that we can then see and vote on at the end of the hearing today.
Wow.
Okay. I always thought it was within our purview. This is our decision to vote on this and to decide what the conditions were that we were imposing. But
I think also because it's a legal document that's going forward, staff just wants to make sure that they have it correct when we vote on it, so that we're not voting on something that cannot be then enforced or applied.
Okay. All right. All right. Then let's do that. Let's give staff some more time to look into this, and we'll come back to this at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, and Jesse, thank you. I mean, we've given you a hard time, and I appreciate you keeping us a little bit on the straight and narrow here. It's good to do that, but we do want to get it done. So thank you.
Okay. So do we close this for now? And I don't think we need a motion for that. And we move on to the other items that are before us for consideration and bring Ian back.
Correct.
Well done, Holm. Thank you.
I don't think so.
You did a great job.
I'm not making any comment, nor should I, but I think that you guys took the right moves to get where you want to go. And I think that our staff is given the time to bring back a document that you then can legally take motions on that will get you where you want to go. So I think it's all in the right direction. You did a good job there. So this brings us with item 11A continued to the end of the meeting, or then to the public hearings. We will then go to MHRB 2202-0007, Dan Robinson. And this is an application for an after-the-fact driveway improvements with pervious gravel and repairs to an existing fence with a gate. In addition, installation of a 2,500-gallon water storage tank wrapped in wooden planks. Landscaping is proposed in several areas, etc. And after we hit this application, we're going to take a short break for convenience and comfort. So at this point, is Planner Steven Schweitzer, is he around? There we go. Can you please give us a presentation, sir?
Hello, Project Planner Steven Schweitzer here. Just a little background. On March 7th of 2022, a Mendocino Town Code violation was filed for possible grading without a permit on the subject property, pursuant with Mendocino Town Zoning Code Section 20.760.030 C and E. The deposit of materials such as grading, as well as walkways and driveways, require review board approval. Since that filing date of the violation, the applicant has applied for an MHRB permit, as well as an encroachment permit with Department of Transportation to correct said violation. In addition, the applicant requests to change the existing commercial use of the structure to a residential use. This change in occupancy requires a categorical exclusion. Contingent on the approval of this permit, adequate findings can be made to further process the CE that will allow Department of Transportation to process the applicant's encroachment permit, ensuring their compliance with all of county standards and regulations. Staff is recommending the review board consider granting the permit and adopt recommended findings A and B contained in the staff report. The applicant has been supplied a copy of the staff report and made aware of the conditions of approval. It is also important to note that the applicant has met all of the Mendocino City Community Service District requirements for groundwater management and sewer service to convert the commercial building into a 4-bedroom single-family residence. 3 public comments were received in support of the proposed project. Should the review board like staff to read these comments into the record, I'd be happy to oblige. And I am available for further questions.
Thank you so much, Planner Schweitzer. Yes, can you please, in advance of opening up the public hearing, can you please read the public comments that were submitted for the record?
Yes, there's a few lengthy. Here, I'll share my screen as well so we can read along here. Let me know when you can see my screen.
It's visible. We got a plan.
All right, here we go. So the first comment from Robert Schmidt. Here we go. We are supportive of the applicant's requested minor modifications to their property. We have observed the positive changes to 45080 Little Lake Street, the Welty building, since the new owners took possession. The gate and Covelo Street access improvements are important for privacy and also provide the owners full use and safe access to their property. The overall conditions of the streets here in Mendocino are poor to substandard at best, as recently confirmed by our conversation with Mendocino County Department of Transportation. The trimming of existing shrubs and new plantings on the property have enhanced the property's appearance. We particularly appreciate the flowering plants along with the frontage. Importantly, the requested change of use from the office to residential is appropriate due to the low demand for office space and a high demand for residential. This change of use is consistent with other uses on the street and in line with the approved uses in the Mendocino mixed use zone. Thank you, Robert Schmidt. We have another comment by James Ham. Dear MHRB, thank you for volunteering your services. I have worked professionally in the Mendocino County Historical Village, Headlands, Noyo, Fort Bragg, and beyond for more than 36 years. My wife and I are also owners of many homes, lands, commercial, and residential properties that have helped many people to find safe and legal places called homes. MHRB 2022-07, located at 45080 Little Lake Street, has the best community building owners in the village. They have done a beautiful and phenomenal job in like-for-like repairs back to the 1970s original design. Hundreds, if not thousands, of long-term residents and visitors called 45080 Little Lake Street absolutely beautiful and true to the character of the village. No one should be complaining about this review case at all. No one should write negative comments regarding such as hardworking, caring, compassionate individuals who are dedicated in serving our local communities and our nation faithfully as firefighters and physician owners of this property in the village. We have been the witness of such beauty when visiting the site, from the National Geographic Channel photographers, world-renowned architects, to many long-term residents who have visited and stood in awe admiring such beauty. We should thank the owners for such excellent care and workmanship. We have a comment from McCallum House owner. What a great job in building up the community. A Blair House staff member. Kindness and compassion go a long way. The potholes filled by the owners with beautiful gravel are much appreciated. Many seniors and young people alike fell on the ground because of our broken streets. What the owners have done here is excellent and life-saving kindness. As an MHRB planning staff report packet in PDF shown, as they are responsible citizens and have done their research thoroughly. They are both the MHRB previously approved paperwork and county planning department archives have shown that at least existing 9 gravel parking spaces area and a driveway, multiple documentations from the existing beautiful redwood structure all the way up to Covelo Street, with the existing Covelo Street side broken, wide gates servicing back in the old days, waste management's very wide dumpster. No one should accuse the current owners of doing the right things by repairing the like-for-like gravel driveway, Covelo gates, etc. The owners have encouraged more public parkings by addressing all safety concerns of deep potholes. Very caring and nice people. Accusers and complainers are ignorant of the existing facts. Please look at the property next door. Their wide dumpster is still there. We are supporting 100% of the owners already paid and completed applications for MHRB permit, a categorical exclusion permit, a Department of Transportation permit, and any other permit processes. Sincerely, with gratitude and thankfulness, we are respectfully submit these public comments. Please post this in an appropriate meeting.
You might want to look at your date stamp on the top of the document. Today's the 5th of December.
I can say I didn't personally stamp this, but thank you for the attention to detail there. It seems like this is in the future. And that leads us also to another comment received in the future here. This is from Carolyn Mann. Dear members of MHRB, my name is Carolyn Mann, and my husband and I live at 410650 Little Lake Street, which is located across the street from the Robinson property at 45080 Little Lake Street. We are very familiar with this property, including its prior state before it was sold to the current owners. I'm happy to read the following comment into the record. It is, following 2 pages, so I'm not sure, for the sake of brevity, if we would like to continue.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to, just because we had access to these on the
Right.
website, I believe.
Yeah. So for the record, these are on the website under agendas for Mendocino Historic Review Board. Feel free, this is to the public, feel free to review it. It's the under MHRB 2022007. It's the 3rd public comment from Mann, M-A-N-N, and it goes through a lot of detail. So I think we understand the gist of this. So Planner Schweitzer, thank you so much.
And they're all in support so far.
Correct.
Yes, the public comments were in support of the project. So we're going to go towards the public hearing. At this point, this is where we'll address any telecontent commenters that have submitted a request. Board Services Supervisor Brooke Larson, do we have a list of any speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay. At this time, what we're going to do is we're going to pause the meeting for 3 minutes and allow the public to respond. Again, if you have any written comments, that goes to PBS Planning Building Services, PBS Commissions, plural, at mendocinocounty.org. Brooke, is there any chance you can put your timer up on the screen?
My computer is, no, I'm sorry, not today.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Technical issues.
Okay, so again, let's put on a timer for 3 minutes. Can you call the 30 seconds reminder to the board members that your audio and video is available through this time period?
Yes, I will do that.
Thank you.
Chair Roth, if I may.
Yes.
I did receive a phone call this morning from a resident within the neighborhood that wishes to remain anonymous. They did express some concern with the gravel and the material used. So
Planner Schweitzer, can we, I'd love to hear that, but let's do it after the 3 minutes.
Oh, right, sorry.
That there are members of the public who might have stepped away, so I want to make sure everyone hears.
Of course.
And very interested, thank you.
Oh, what's with all the pranks?
Thirty seconds. And that's time.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have any new communication?
No hands have been raised.
Okay, great. Let's go to, let me see, we're going to bring this, since it's public, oh boy, there we go. Public hearing's closed. We're going to bring it back to the review board members. Any thoughts from board members on this application? Holly, please.
Just that Planner Schweitzer was saying that there was a phone call.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I had received a phone call this morning from a adjacent property owner that wishes to remain anonymous. They just expressed some concern with the material and the grading on site and any of potential for contaminants within the groundwater and potential leaking of contaminants within the aquifer on the headland. So just wanted to state that for the record, they were unable to attend this meeting. So just relaying information.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So
Chair Walt, if I may.
Yes.
There is somebody from the public who has raised their hand to speak.
Oh,
do you want
yes, please.
Opportunity?
Yes, please. And for the record, please identify your name.
James Ham.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of Dan and Lily at 45080 Little Lake Street. I would just like to say that there's some people that will complain about anything and they'll be negative about everything. These people are jealous, full of hate and envy. They discriminate based on race. There are one or two complaints and many people with positive comments. The owners, Dan and Lily, have done a beautiful job on their place. They are doing nothing but good for the village and the community. Please don't let the one or two control the majority. Thank you.
Thank you, James. I appreciate it. I believe you you also sent in a letter of support. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And I will assure you that we take in all perspectives and try to make a rational decision based upon evidence in front of us. Do you have anyone else raising their hand? Staff?
Time.
Okay, great. Let's bring it back to our board. And any of our board members want to comment on the proposed application?
No, from what I saw, it looked like a really good improvement. And I think the point about the fact that there was always a gravel driveway there that just got put into disrepair and is being replaced is a very valid one when we're talking about the history of the village and getting the village back to its historical roots. So I'm all in favor of this.
Great. See, Holly's nodding her head. Ishvi?
I make a motion that we go ahead and approve this item.
Great. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Just a second. I just want to make a statement here because I frankly don't understand why this item or why any of this work requires our approval. I think we're talking about repair. And repair is allowed. We don't have to approve that. So I don't think why, I don't understand why it's before us. I think the applicants ought to get a refund from the council, from the county, frankly. I don't think we need to approve anything.
Okay, thanks, Holm. Hey, Planner Schweitzer, can you address the concern, please?
Yes, I can. I would be happy to share my screen as well. I have a copy of that, the approved 1975 MHRB permit, where it shows the gravel driveway in a different location than what is existing on site. So I think that kind of clarifies some of the issues that Vice Chair Kapler raises on this. I had mentioned previously of that section of code that requires MHRB approval. Driveways are included in that. So that was part of the reason why. If we see here, this is Little Lake Street and the existing approach to the property here. And it follows through all the way until the northeastern corner, entering on Covelo Street. So the gravel parking area was 9 parking spots here, kind of centralized in the lot, and there was some garden with a grade to a berm as well, buffering the gravel parking area to the actual Covelo Street. So, had the residential driveway approach been in the same location in that northeastern corner, this would not be before the review board. So, that's kind of the impetus behind all of this. There was a violation filed, so with Mendocino County Code Enforcement. So that's kind of what's prompted this whole process here. So
if I can paraphrase, that would be, basically the findings are that the location of the driveway as it currently exists is different from what had been approved in the past. Therefore, the improvement or the development of the new location of the driveway triggered the require for an MHRB permit. Is that correct?
You would be correct, as well as the section of code. I can pop that up here. I mentioned E as the driveway, and as well as C, which mentions the excavation and deposit of material, which includes grading as well. So, if it was repaired like for like, we wouldn't be in this situation, but as you aptly paraphrased, Chair Roth, unfortunately, we are here, and that's what's prompted us.
Got it. So
likely this should have been disclosed to them. I mean, because they're ending up having to deal with something that, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm still willing to make the second. I don't know if that was clear.
Okay, and I think to Holmes' point, if there's additional gravel that was put on the existing driveway, that would have been fine. But the fact that the driveway changed locations and there was some grading that went into the improvements, that triggered the permit. So, and I do agree we need to be a kinder, gentler board. This seems a little overkill, but I also understand that staff was responding to complaint and had to look up the code for an objective process to remedy the situation. So, Holm, I appreciate your concerns. Philosophically, I'm behind them. Unfortunately, I do understand what the code says, and the planner Schweitzer looks like following the letter of the law. So if we can go back to our Zoom, thank you. So we have a motion, was it by
Ishvi
and a second by Holly. Any other discussion? Okay. Can we please, Mark, can we please have a roll call?
Yes, Review Board Member Roth,
Aye.
Review Board Member Kepler,
Aye.
Review Board Member Madrigal,
Aye.
Review Board Member Saunders,
Aye.
and Review Board Member Ohm.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Great. Okay. Well done, team. As promised, it's 3:21 according to my clock. Can we take an 8-minute recess to take care of needs and come back at 3:30 and plow through the rest of it?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you. See you at 3:30 promptly. 7C. This is request from Mendocino Historical Review Board permit to replace a water tower staircase with a new enclosed staircase structure. Reroute an existing wooden pathway and construct a wooden ramp for access to an existing raised deck. Note the site is located is a category 4B non-historic resource in Appendix 1 of the Mendocino Town Plan as a deli and restaurant. Address 45040 Main Street. And we have planner Liam Crowley. There he is, headset and all, looking like you're hanging out in the forest. All right, can you give us a presentation, please?
Yes, thank you. This is staff planner Liam Crowley. As stated, the applicant proposes to replace the existing water tower with an enclosed structure, reroute the wooden pathway, and construct a wooden ramp with access to the raised deck. The materials and the colors proposed by the applicant are designed to match the existing restaurant building, and these can be found in the published staff report and the set of plans that are included in the packet. Before I go any further, I would like to note a small change that I prepared a memo for. So I'll go ahead and share my screen if that's all right.
Yes, please.
Here we are. So in brief, it was found during the site view that the existing water storage tank behind the water tower structure is subject to MHRB review, and I've listed the code section there. And upon correspondence with the owner and the agent, the water storage tank has been added to the project and relevant sections of the staff report. And the tank would not be relocated and would remain clad in unpainted wood materials. And I've included a few photos of the tank within this memo. So I'll just scroll down and we can see those right now. So I'm not sure whether or not you can see my cursor, but there's the wooden tank behind the structure. Here's a view from further east along Main Street. And then here's a view looking south, and you can see the existing water tank right there. And so per the applicant, the agent's request, the project description would be amended to include this sentence here: an existing water storage tank located behind the water tower structure would remain in place. And recommended findings A and B would be amended to include the water storage tank. So to close, staff is recommending the board adopt the findings and conditions of approval contained in the amended staff report as noted in this memo. I didn't receive any public comment for this project on my end. I do have additional photos from the site visit, and I'd be happy to share those if needed, and I'm available for any questions. Thanks.
Can you go ahead and please share those photos? And also there's one other thing I know that we talked about the storage, the water storage tank at the site visit, so thank you for including that. I think it was also pointed out by one of the other board members, Ishvi, who noticed that the roof line, the proposed roofing was not correct in the drawing, or not cut out correctly.
Right, yeah, I can certainly bring up the plans. I've attempted to just let Kelly speak to that himself, but I can certainly bring those plans up and he can explain the changes. But
let's start with the pictures that you had from the site visit, and then we'll go to Kelly Grimes presenting it, and he can make those corrections.
Okay, let me share my screen real quick. Okay, I apologize if these aren't the highest quality resolution, but I'll just flip through. If you need me to stop, go ahead and let me know. But I think I've shown this one already from Main Street. Trying to capture the existing paint, which would, and the painting on the doors, which would be matched with the new structure shown this photo and further along the pathway. And that's it.
Great, thank you. We'll keep those in mind if we need to reference them again.
Yep.
Great. All right. Do we have Kelly Grimes present to give the applicant/agent presentation?
No, I do not. Oh, yes, he is here.
There we go. Come on, Kelly, it's your turn.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for taking the time to hear our application, and a special appreciation to Chair Roth, who pointed out the water tank, and so we did add that to the application. So I appreciate that. And one thing I would like to point out is I got a packet here of 24 pages, and 5 of them are pertinent to this project, 19 of them are not. And I would suggest that, you know, we could save some money and save some trees by not putting all this extracurricular things that I don't think anyone looks at in the package.
I hear Holly say, here.
Yeah, I can hear that too. And also, there are a couple conditions here that I'd like to review. The conditions 1 through 4 are always on there. Condition number 5 has been added. And condition number 5, I don't see how it's applicable to this particular project. You know, there's condition 9, new and replacement exterior building materials. It's just reiterating what the rules are. And I don't understand, you know, I've been doing this for 25 years now, and the review board package used to be 4 or 5 pages. It used to be real simple, and it doesn't seem like this is making the projects any clearer, any more concise. It's not making the town better. It seems to be muddying the waters. And for instance, you know, all these conditions on here, like we saw in that first project that was presented, if you guys try to change something, it creates real havoc amongst the staff. And so I think that these applications, the staff report should be much simpler and leave much more up to you guys and discussions at the meetings. That's just my 2 cents. I really don't have anything to add to our presentation. We presented it at the site. I'm surprised that no public is here. It just shows you that the word does not get out, because I would imagine that some of the public in town is concerned to see this water tower go away. And I'm just surprised that no one has said boo. So with that,
every person I've mentioned it to has expressed disappointment, but no one has money that they're interested to, you know, give the landowner to preserve it. Can you address the roof? Was there?
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so if you look at the roof plan, the second floor plan, it's not really a roof plan, it's a second floor plan, and I've dashed in an X that
so Liam, can you bring that up, please? Challenge is on.
There it is. Oh, back. Right, and one more up, right there. The second floor plan, see that plan? So it's got the dash, it's got dash lines that are making an X going from corner to corner. Those would represent the valleys. The hip of the roof would actually be a cross that would be going from middle of wall to middle of wall opposite. So there should be 2 more lines going north to south. But if we look down at the elevations, since I'm sure most of you don't spend your time looking at plans, if you look at the elevations, those are accurate. They show what we are intending, which is a gable end on all 4 sides.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Does anyone need the plan redrawn, or do we understand what's going on? Okay, great. Kelly, appreciate your concerns. Thank you for being here and presenting, as always. Okay, at this point, we're going to open up the public hearing. Do we have anyone in the queue or anyone with their hands up at this point?
No.
Let's call for 3 minutes to invite public participation. As has been stated, this is a little bit of a quote landmark that's being taken down. So I want to give the opportunity. If you have any written comments as to PBS, Planning Building Services, PBS Commissions, plural, at mendocinocounty.org. Otherwise, call in. And let's get a 3 minutes, and we'll get a 30-second declaration when we're ready. And again, remember, turn your mics off. You don't want to be heard.
Thirty seconds. That's time.
Thank you. Have we heard any more from our public?
No.
No, we do not.
Okay. Great. So we will close public hearing. Oh, by the way, this is for Kelly. I don't know if you're on earlier, but we are going to have our next meeting. There's nothing on the agenda for January of 23. Our next meeting, first Monday in February, will be live at the community center. So rally the troops and come join with us in person for the first time in at least a couple of years, couple plus. How long has it been home? Too long. Okay.
If I may, Chair Roth, we do have somebody in the public who has raised their hand, if it's okay.
Yes, please.
Please state your name for the record.
This is John Semenich. Yeah, I'd just like to comment on the water tower. You know, it's been pointed out it's not a historic structure, but it is a very old structure. It's been a part of Mendocino for 50 years. And we don't have very many water towers in the town. And I hate to see us losing one. I don't know why the owners of the building couldn't build around the water tower and put their elevator inside it and keep the same structure, or rebuild the structure in the same shape as it is, and why it has to be into a new, more modern form. I think we should try and encourage them to keep the historic structures that we have in Mendocino. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Upon our site visit, of course, I was doing the tour solely by myself. We can't, due to Brown Act, we can't have more than 2 board members at a time at a tour to discuss the project. Bless you, Holly. But I know that there was some discussion. I believe it might have been through either Liam or from Kelly, but there's a history to this tower, which I'd like to entertain if we could, just to, you know, why it's there and where it came from. Do we have some history on that?
I could speak to that if you'd like.
Yes, please.
So,
and this is Liam Crowley.
Sorry, yes, this is Liam Crowley, planner, staff planner. Yes. So, in reviewing the historical documents for this site, it is noted that the structure was moved from the old Mendoza's Market, and it was in place in the current site in 1975. I did go back and look at the historical files for the Mendoza Market property, and those had almost no mention of any water tower. There was a few sentences about a permit from the Coastal Commission that was pulled in 1983, I believe, for deconstructing a water tower. But given the fact that the historical files for the current water tower on Main Street say that it was there in 1975, I would assume that what that is referring to in Mendoza Market is a different water tower that was on the structure. I'm not quite sure, but really the only information that was available was that the structure was at some point deconstructed and reconstructed in a slightly different configuration in 1975 at the current site. I wasn't able to find anything on when it was actually originally constructed at the Mendoza property.
Thank you. That helps paint a little bit of the picture. Okay. Hearing that, we're going to close public hearing unless we have someone else with their hand up or in queue. Okay. See a nod, a negative there. So let's bring it back to the board. Comments from the board members? Home, please. You have to unmute yourself. Much better.
Okay, I have several picky comments about the proposal, but I'm going to skip over those. I'm basically opposed to the proposal. I think water towers are an iconic feature of our town, and I don't believe we should remove them. I think this tower, as Liam, I think, just indicated, was moved from Mendoza's back in 1976 to its current site. So it's been part of the Mendocino streetscape for almost 50 years. And it's on Main Street. It's part of a zillion pictures that have been taken of Mendocino over the last 50 years. I just have a really hard time with the idea of removing a water tower from Main Street. I agree with Mr. Simonich that there must be, if you want to install an elevator or change the stairs around, there must be a way of doing that that keeps the water tower intact. The proposed building is a square box. I mean, it's just, I found it unattractive. And so that's where I am. I keep the water tower.
Thank you, Board Member Kapler. Anyone else from the board? Is that an issue?
Yeah, so I think there's some problems with water towers, and I can understand why the applicant wants to remove the tower. An open tower like that just invites a lot of rot. It's difficult to maintain. I mean, it does look iconic, but it doesn't serve the purposes that it once did. The only suggestion I had to the applicant was that rather than building the walls straight up and down of what Holmes is calling a square box, to go ahead and make it look like an enclosed tower, go ahead and rebuild it more or less as drawn, but put, angled walls so that it appears to be a, like an enclosed water tower. The applicant pointed out to me that there are precedents of straight walled towers in town. And he is correct. I did walk around and see some of those. However, to me, they don't look very good. I much prefer the tapered wall of a tower. So I'm thinking maybe some sort of middle ground where the design basically is as drawn, but we have probably a 9 or 11 degree taper added to the posts, and maybe there's an upper viewing deck so that it still appears to be a tower rather than just an addition to the existing restaurant.
Thank you. Next, who else wants to talk to this? Holly, Alan?
I'll voice my disappointment just with the fact that this needs to be done, unfortunately, but you can see that it is rotting. And unfortunately, as much as I appreciate Holmes' comments about, ideally we would just keep it, it is an iconic, it has been here longer than I've been alive. So that's all of my memories of Mendocino. However, the Historical Review Board is not going to take on a liability claim, if someone, falls through the rotten boards. Like, the fact is that there has to be a balance between, I don't know, like preserving the character of the town with still letting people utilize their property. And the fact that this is going to let people who cannot climb stairs, who cannot currently access that restaurant at all, the fact that that is increasing mobility is a positive. Yeah, but also, this isn't, it's going from a very historical looking building to a non-historical looking building, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Thank you. Alan, your thoughts?
It's interesting. I mean, on one hand, you want to keep something that looks like this Holmes has been around for a long time. On the other hand, I take Holly's point that it is kind of falling apart. I mean, maybe she's right. There is a middle ground somewhere. Now, whether people would still object to that because it's effectively a new water tower, I don't know. But I'm kind of a little bit that just making it into a square box is not really what we're about.
Thank you.
And if there are repair issues, then repair it. I don't think that's an argument for us to accept this proposal that it needs repair. And I do think that if you went back to the drawing board, you should be able to figure out a way to incorporate an elevator into the water tower that we've got now somehow. I think some out of the box thinking is appropriate here.
Holmes, I think the issue is that when you have a tower that's open like that, there's no waterproofing, of any sort. So you're not going to be able to have an elevator or, modern electrical stuff installed in an open building like that. And the maintenance on an open building is pretty extreme, So I think that's going to be problematic with the given structure.
Go ahead, Mark.
I understand the hearing is closed. We do have 2 people who would like to speak. I'd like to reopen the public.
Is this public hearing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll tell you what, let me, actually, yeah, let's go and let's take those two and then I'll throw my comments in. Who do we have? Please state your name clearly for the record. And remind you that you have 3 minutes and please address your comments to me as the chair.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Raymond, and I am actually one of the owners of this property. I first want to say that I really appreciate the thoughtful comments of the Historic Review Board. It's been a very pleasant, positive surprise for me to be listening to your comments, and I agree with all of them. My brothers and I inherited this property from our parents who lived there beginning in 1970. And we all actually saw the water tower being built. We all feel very sentimental about it. And this has been a very difficult decision for us. However, the condition of the water tower, when you really begin looking at it, is frightening. We did look into simply repairing it as is, and the cost is absolutely prohibitive. And as Ishwi stated so correctly, you couldn't put an elevator in an open structure. The other part of it is ADA compliance. We've received many comments over the years about accessibility to the restaurant upstairs. And so in looking at this, we felt that it was probably time to make a change and put a building there that could accommodate an elevator. I liked Ishwi's suggestion about maybe rebuilding it as an enclosed water tower with that look and with the slanted walls, and I certainly am open to that. I love the water tower in many ways. It's part of everything I know about that town and what that viewscape looks like. And so we're very eager to put something back there that's going to feel right. And I think the suggestions that we've received today will help with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. And you said we have someone else?
Yes. That would be Kelly Grimes again.
Kelly, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the water tank is moved to the ground for safety reasons. The Kelly House has moved their water tank to the ground. I am equally saddened by the removal of this water tower, but I also am not willing to put up money to maintain it. And, you know, so as Holly pointed out, if you guys are willing to stand behind a lawsuit that comes at the owners and someone who gets hurt, and, you know, I mean, there are many reasons why this water tower needs to come down. It needs to come down yesterday. And, you know, to replace it with a two-story building that's got slanted walls is certainly not going to replace the elegance of the water tower that exists there. So we're asking you to swallow the pill and replace it with something that's in character with the building that stands there. The water tower is being lost. We're not trying to recreate it in some quiche fashion. And, that's basically the proposal. It's out of safety reasons. It's out of ADA compliance. It's an elevator cannot get up, or a person in a wheelchair cannot get up to that restaurant. You know, all of these things are lawsuits. And so, if you guys want to stand behind us and, shoulder those lawsuits, then let's move forward with a denial. Otherwise, I think we have to approve this project.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes. We're not commenting on the public comment history, but we can bring it back to the board. So if you'd like to make a comment broadly about that, I'm not into doing the rebuttals.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. I haven't weighed in, so I'll throw my 2 cents in here. When I first saw this, I was a little dismayed about it. It's not like for sure. When I'm not an MHRB board member chair, I actually have a business in town, It's a Siegel Inn, and it's been around here. It's iconic. It's been around forever. And whenever my guests come in, one of the questions I ask them is, when was the last time you were in Mendocino? And regardless of what they answer, my response is, hasn't changed. And I really kind of feel, listening to the conversation, that I couldn't honestly say that if this comes down. Not that I want to maintain a liability. I totally believe in access for ADA. I think there are many ways to accomplish solutions to this. And I really want to point out there is a project that has approval that is under construction. It's a residence it's on the west end of Albion Street at the very end. And it was a dilapidated structure that had a water tower, and is being redesigned and constructed as a residence with a water tower. Now it's not the functional water tower that we all, love and know, but it is truly an icon that represents part of what Mendocino is and has been. When people approach me as a member of the design review board and they ask me about a project, am I for, am I against it? My unconditional response is I haven't made a decision yet. And that's because I haven't heard the public speak. I haven't heard my board members speak, and they always enlighten me, the public and my board members. So I sort of went from a neutral position to a position where I'm not willing to say goodbye to something, even though it's only 50 years, almost 50 years. It truly has, it's something that's within the consciousness of those who currently enjoy our town. And I think it would be most unpleasant to lose something that is such a landmark in our town. And I'm not saying restore it, I'm not saying renovate it, but what I would like to see is something in its image. And as I can't remember, one of our board members said, with the viewing deck on top with the railing would be beautiful, because this had that. And to bring that back, one of the nice things about the restaurant at that location is the view that you have from the restaurant from the deck. And to be able to give access in a structure that resembles what's there, access to the restaurant and to maybe a viewing deck up top, I think would be a crown jewel. I think it would be giving the proper service and respect to historic part of our town that I think we need to stand behind and protect. So I can't support this project. Holly, go ahead.
So I honestly have a question for staff. I mean, when it comes down, can this board legally say, like in this example, I really don't know if we are allowed to, we're advising in order for people to get permits, in order to retain the historical character of Mendocino. But can we force a property owner to keep a building that's, especially if it's declared a hazard? Like what are our legal rights as board members?
And I might step in, but I don't think we're asking them to keep the existing structure. I think I would like personally, and I think maybe I speak for you all, is to maintain the character. And that's not saying keep this existing structure, but if we've heard that it's going to be hard to put in something for ADA access and have it open, that's understood. We're not here to hold everyone back in a spot in time, but to be able to, if you're going to replace it, not do a square box, but do something in the image of what was there. I think what we can do is we have the option. We got 3 options, as I recall, on any given application. We can approve it, we can deny it, or continue it. And what I've seen in the past and what I've been involved in is continuation with direction. So I think we have the option to say, this does not meet the design guidelines as we understand them, and that this design does not meet the criteria of maintaining the historical character of Mendocino and the historic district. And we would encourage you to keep this application open, but come in with a different design. And I see that as an option in addition to just accepting it and approving it or denying it. Ishvi, you're raising your hand?
Yes, sir. I'd like to point out one thing, Kelly. I think that we could either, I could speak for myself, I could either approve something where it's like the tower is going away and we're putting an addition onto this building that matches the existing building and doesn't try to look like a straight up and down tower where the roof lines tie together and it's simply this old tower is gone. We've now designed something that fits very nicely with the existing architecture of the existing restaurant. Or we're going to go ahead and put a 3-story tower back in with an observation room above, tapered walls, sided in that has all the elements of a tower. Now, those are two very different projects. One is going to be a lot more expensive than the other. And that's for you and the applicant to decide. My problem with this design of this building is it's trying to look like a tower, a replacement tower, but it doesn't have any feel like a tower. And so consequentially, it also doesn't tie in very well to the architecture of the existing Bayview restaurant. So I would say to approach it one way or the other, either come back with a real tower that looks like an enclosed water tower that everybody would be very proud of and think looks amazing, or come back and say, that's not feasible for us from a budgetary standpoint or a use standpoint. So we've decided to get rid of this tower, but in its place, we're going to build a really nice addition to our restaurant that ties in architecturally, and then we just let go of the tower. Because I don't think that it is reasonable for our board to try to make the owner maintain a building that is clearly beyond repair. I think that's an untenable position, but architecturally, I'd like to see you go one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think I took my comments from Jennifer Raymond, who's one of the owners, who said that she really wanted to see something reminiscent of that tower be in place. So, Holm, your thoughts?
Yes, I absolutely agree with you in that we have the right to disapprove the proposal before us. It is, to me, it's inconsistent with the requirements of what we're doing, that the proposed structure has to fit in with the architecture, the ambiance of Mendocino. I take some solace in what Ms. Raymond mentioned, that she would like to come up with a proposal that might fit in better with with Main Street Mendocino. I'm still not giving up on keeping the water tower, repairing it, but perhaps adding an elevator shaft to it somewhere, not in the middle of the water tower, but perhaps behind it. There must be other solutions to this. I think the box that's been proposed is an inappropriate solution to this problem. So I can't support it. Sorry.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment?
I'm kind of with Ishvi, really. I mean, I think the existing structure, is, as we said, not really that tenable, and we want to replace it with something, and there are two ways to go. I mean, and I kind of agree with his comment. But this project as is, I don't think I would support either. Unless we can take and move the water tower somewhere else again. But that's a different story.
So if I'm hearing correctly, I hear 3 votes that cannot support the proposal, the application as proposed. And I would rather not personally squash this and have them put in a new application. I think if the case is that it doesn't have the votes for approval, I'd like to see this continued with the direction that we brought forward. And I think that would be to come up with a different design solution, more in harmony or representative of the tower, or some other solution that respects the historic nature of the district. Is there any feelings otherwise? Eastry?
I'd like to ask the rest of the board how you guys feel if the applicant were to go back and come back to us with a design that had no reference to a tower at all, but did tie in nicely with the architecture of the existing building. Because I don't want them to have to go back and redraw if they don't want to build a tower.
You want to give them some direction that we could actually act on in a positive way.
Yeah, because I'm speaking for myself, I could accept either option, right? Obviously I'd rather see a 3-story tower, but again, that, I'm not privy to the budget constraints that this applicant is dealing with. And I think that if they want to come back and say, we don't want a tower, we just want to make an addition and an elevator to this existing building, I could live with that. But I'm curious as to how the rest of the board feels on that.
Board members?
Good question.
I think I can't agree to removing the tower. I can agree to adding to the tower, adding to the building, but I don't think we're in a position to do the designing. I think we can ask the applicant and the architect to go back and try again, come up with something that is something different than a square box on Main Street. That's where I am.
And I'll come back to telling my guests that it hasn't changed. And I think that's one thing that 90% of the people who come to stay and spend their money and appreciate and share the word of what a great place we have is because it is what it is, and it substantively doesn't change. This is on Main Street. It's a huge focal point. It's real easy. It's a wayfinding point where you can say, you see the tower over there, it's 3 parcels down, whatever. I personally, I appreciate what Ishri is saying. I understand budgetary constraints. I totally believe in that. I'm heartened by the comments from Jennifer Raymond, one of the owners, saying they want to be true and respectable of the tower. I'm not going to tell Kelly or the owners how to design it. That's not our job. But I think Home and I are on the same page. I think Alan's close behind. I've heard from Holly, is that we want something where you're not going to walk through town and go, geez, wasn't there a water tower there? Wasn't there something? I think we want to be able to have people go by and you're not going to flinch. You might notice it looks a little different, but it's not going to draw your attention away from you and really change change what we have.
Yeah, I think in a sense we represent the people of the village, and I can see if you just put a square box on the side of the restaurant, that there would be more people against than for. And, we need to listen to the public, and that's what we're here for, just in a sense, to judge. So yeah, I to Ishvi's point, I don't think I would go and say, please put a box on the side of the restaurant that matches the restaurant. I would err towards the side of, we wanted to continue it, something that looks more like a water tower.
And I'm gonna make Kelly eat his own words. I think that something like this really needs a full public viewing, and I think I have the ability to do this as chair. I think we need to continue this item at least to the next meeting. Any meeting after this one is going to be in the standard community center forum. It's going to be live, and I think that it would be appropriate to have something that is this much in your face, to have a full hearing from the public. So I am going to, and tell me, Mark, if I'm out Oh, Holly, go
I
ahead.
just want to say that I do want to get some clarity.
Direction.
Maybe I will meet with staff in between now and the next meeting, because I am really curious about our legal ability to, you know, like if something is a hazard, like how are we able to force a property owner to continue that hazard? Like I would like some clarification about our,
Holly,
I'm feeling uncomfortable about that.
So Holly, we're not directing the applicant to keep it the way it is. We're not directing them to do anything except that come back with a different solution. I think what the message is that the solution proposed is not in harmony with the design review guidelines and our responsibility as a historic review board in the term of preservation. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to continue this item, MHRB 2022-0008, to a future meeting, and direct the applicant and their designer to come back with a different design solution that's more in harmony with the historic nature of the historic district of Mendocino.
Ian, if we continue this forward, does that mean we are going to have a meeting in January? Because I'm sensitive to having been on the other side of this thing, and you continuing it pushes them out 2 months. That's a pretty long time. I would say if we're going to continue it, we should go ahead and have our monthly meeting in deference to being able for their project to continue to move forward.
And I can know what Mark's thinking right now is that deadlines have been passed and there's no way to prepare, and we don't have a design from them. So is Mark nodding there? Yeah. So to continue it to January wouldn't work, because we'd have to have the applicant present a new design, which then would have to have a new memo put together by staff. So it's not, even if we said go and we could change the rules, I don't know that we could have a design ready within a month's time to be reviewed in January. So our next scheduled meeting is February, and I guess we're going to throw the gauntlet down to Kelly and the applicant to say, if you want to make the February meeting, it's available and there's time to get still on that agenda, but we need a new design that is in harmony with the historic district, and that this board can review and consider. I know that we're a kinder, gentler board, but I know for a fact that if I were to vote to approve this, I know at least a half a dozen people that get my face and tell me, what were you thinking? So I'm as someone who represents and is in a position to preserve the quality of the town. I think the prudent move is to not have the applicant put in a new application, but rather to revise their application. So with that, I'm continuing, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we need a motion and a vote, but we're continuing.
No, we do, Ian.
We do?
We'll need a motion and a second to continue it.
Thank you for that correction.
And
yes, please.
One more item. I know the public comment is closed, but we do have the applicant who has wanted to speak, or three people who are wanting to speak. I don't know if you want to know that or just continue the.
But we are running out of time. We do have about a half an hour left of staff's time for the rest of this meeting.
Okay, I think it would be good to help clarify. So if we can keep the comments to a bare minimum, with that understanding, let's take them, please.
Yes. So we will start with Judy Steele. Please state your name for the record.
Judy Steele.
And your comment?
My comment is I am the property manager for this property, and have grown old here, not grown up, but grown old here with that tower. And I agree, it is iconic. However, I do want to be certain that Liam has two photos that I think are very important and pertinent to this whole conversation. One photo is the view from the Kelly House Pond of this very building, this property, before 1975. And the view, the second photo, is the view from the Kelly House Pond after the tower was erected there. I do want to say that, yes, we are looking at a historic character of the village after 1975. Indeed, it just looked like a building from the Kelly House Pond. And this is from the Kelly House Historic Records. I would like to make sure, I know he has the photos as part of the information for you. I would like to make sure that you take a good look at this and remember that this is more distant past than what we have now from 1975 until now. And that's really the gist of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steele. Who else do we have?
Jennifer Raymond and Kelly.
Please. Jennifer?
Hi.
Oops.
Hi, Jennifer. Sorry about that. Can you restate your name for the record?
Jennifer Raymond.
Thank you.
And there are two issues that I would like to comment on. The first is that this tower, as it is right now, is very unsafe. I believe all of you went up into it. I've been up in it, and it has a lot of liability issues the way it is. One of the things that we wanted to get was a demolition permit to remove at least the most dangerous portions of this tower. And we had to come before you in order to do this. We've waited a number of months, and having to wait again simply increases the likelihood that somebody will fall through this tower or injure themselves in some way. So this is my main reason for wanting to move ahead more quickly. My second comment is that in listening to your last application, I Googled the address, and I noticed that right next door to the old Welty house is 45021, and I'm not sure if it's Little Lake or if it's the street Covelo, the street behind it. But I notice it's a residence that's built like an old water tower. And I would be very interested in having all of you board members take a look at that. I'm happy to share my email address with you or email you. If you could take a look at that and let me know, is that the kind of look that you have in mind? That building has slightly sloping walls on the first story, and then it goes vertical on the second story. The address is 45021. Let me just see, and it is Little Lake Street. It's a white residence, and I hope you'll take a look at that, and maybe this would be a way for us to move closer to what you have in mind before the next meeting, so that hopefully we can get your approval in February. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raymond. Who else do we have queued up?
Kelly Grams.
Kelly, please join us. Keep it to under 3 minutes, please.
I believe on the applicants, a point of order would be, I don't have 3 minutes. But the second thing is that the view deck, I'm an architect, I'm not a designer, and I'm not a magician. To create a view deck that is handicapped accessible requires a house of some sort on top of that so that the elevator can go all the way up to the view deck. A 3-story elevator is an elevator. What we're proposing here is a lift. The difference is $80,000 or $20,000. So you guys are, proposing a bunch of pie in the sky things. What I'd like to know is specifically, if you turn down our project, what is the finding? There are 3 findings that you need to abide by. And I want to know what are the findings that you're having a difficult time for approving our project. Because if I listen to what Ishvi Ohm said, he said, either go with a tower or go with something that's compatible with the existing building. Well, I believe that that's exactly what we have done. Now, when you look at this box, as board member Kapler refers to it, It's a square box, as with most buildings in the town of Mendocino are square boxes. And, you know, you're comparing it to an elegant water tower and you're saying it's ugly. If we took away the water tower and then you stop visualizing a water tower, and if you just look at this square box that we're attaching to this rectangular square building, you would find that it's very compatible. It's the exact same thing. We're using the same materials on the first floor. We're doing a bunch of windows up on the second floor. It's going to look like it was part of the original building. It's not going to look like a water tower. And, you know, to build a 2-story water tower is not going to look like an elegant 4-story water tower. We can't possibly put a view deck on the top. So I would propose, as the agent, that you move forward with either approving this application or denying it. Because if you deny it, then we can go and appeal it. So please move forward. We do not want to continue it.
Okay.
Ian, can I say something to that?
Yes, please.
I understand. I think that minimally you should be granted a demolition permit for sure at this meeting. I think that there are some modifications, Kelly, if you want to make that match more to the existing structure. I mean, the roof lines could tie together instead of appearing distinctly separated. But basically, yeah, I mean, I think I'm on board to approve something that has no reference to a water tower at all. And I think it is not within this board's purview to try to hold you to building something that is untenably expensive to build. But I think that some slight modifications to your drawing would make it look a lot more like it blended with the existing structure. So that would be my inclination, would be to go ahead and grant the demolition permit so you can begin the demolition and stabilization of what's there, and then ask you to possibly make some slight modifications to the design so that it just blends a little bit more with the existing structure. But that's I didn't get much traction. People are saying that we're trying to not to design the building for you, but I do think that it is the board's responsibility to give guidance so that we're not just pushing you off 2 months and you're coming back having to redraw a brand new project.
So question to staff, and I've no intention to do a back and forth with the public. Is a demolition plan is not under our purview, is it?
No, staff does not recommend either maintaining it or requesting it that it be demolished.
It says this beyond our purview, which that's what I thought.
Yes.
Okay. So let me bring us back to the board to move forward. There are two things. One, that I definitely sense that approval is not one of the three options. I heard the applicant request a denial so they can appeal. And the third is the continuance. If we were to deny, I'm looking at the recommended findings. On C, pursuant to MCC section 20.760.065C, the proposed work will not unnecessarily damage or destroy structure of historical, architectural, or cultural significance. It's not historical because it's not a Cat 1. Architectural, it could be. It is definitely of cultural significance. 16th stairwell to be demolished, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. So I guess what I'm looking at is we can entertain, I think we can deny it on C where it is changing the character, or we can continue it. If we deny it, then they're going to pay a fee to appeal. And if the appeal is approved, then they get what they want. If it's denied, then they have to pay another fee to get another MHRB permit. So
the appealing body.
I'm sorry?
What body does it get appealed to?
Board of Supervisors.
So I guess we're
And
looking at either.
the other thing that the applicant, Ms. Raymond mentioned, was this, this other property, which is it is a box with a flare. That she was wondering if we would be willing to consider as a alternative design for what's there. But explain to me again what you see the options as.
We either, the three options, we can approve it, which I don't think anyone has any interest in doing as is. We can continue it and allow a redesign within the same, no additional fee. Or we can deny it. And I think we have room in finding C where it does destroy, it's not necessarily historical, but it is architectural and of cultural significance. So I think we can make findings on that to deny it, at which point they have the option to appeal it to the Board of Soups. It can get approved at that point, or if it's denied, then they need to enter into a new application to do additional. In the meantime, if they appeal it, I understand the concern, which is not our liability, but the concern of a structure that is not in the best of condition. An appeal is going to take a lot longer than perhaps a continuance, but I'm one of 5 votes. So I'll throw it back at you guys. I'll entertain someone putting a motion forward. Paul?
I'm confused as to what the applicant is asking for at this point. Is the applicant asking for us to deny it?
I heard from the applicant's agent, Mr. Kelly Grimes, who's the architect, that he would rather us deny it than continue it so that he can appeal it.
Okay. Well,
but that's the agent talking, and I don't want to enter into a public dialogue between the applicant and the agent. I don't think that's our place. So, like I said, I think the two options are a continuance or a denial.
Right.
Any brave soldier?
I'll make a motion that we continue this until the February session and to give the applicant time to consider our concerns and see if they want to change something, and also to give the citizens of the town of Mendocino time to appear at a true public hearing and voice their concerns.
And if I might just put forward, Holm, in due respect, I don't think we want to put February, because if they're not ready, I think I would say to a future meeting and let them decide when they're ready.
Fine, future meeting. Okay.
I'd like to point out, if we don't continue to a date certain, then we will have to renotice the project.
Continue it to February.
Okay, I retract my statement.
Okay, we'll continue to February.
I have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion from Board Member Kapler, a second from Saunders. Roll call vote, please, Mr. Kleiser.
Can I ask one question before we vote on this?
Yeah.
I'm not clear how we can continue something if the applicant wants a yay or nay vote. Like, that seems counterintuitive to me.
Well, the applicant's an applicant, and we're the board. We take comments from the public, we take comments from the applicant and the agent, we take our comments from our board members, and we come to a decision.
If they appealed the denial.
Okay, so continuing is a decision of sorts, I guess.
It is a decision to bring it forth to the next meeting, allowing the applicant to consider the dialogue, the discussion, the opportunities, and to either modify their design or not, and let the public weigh in on what they feel.
But it's sort of a limbo type. It's sort of, I mean, if you were to hypothetical that move on our part, what would keep a board from doing that indefinitely, so to speak, and not granting the applicant his right to appeal? I mean, if he wants to appeal a decision and we just continue it, his project is not being allowed to move forward either in any direction. I don't quite see how that's fair to the applicant.
Yeah, but I'm not clear what the applicant's position is, because it seems to me that Ms. Raymond indicated that she was willing to take another look at the design. I know that Kelly had a different view, but I don't think there's a clear position.
Well, maybe we can ask the applicant to clarify one more time, because I'm uncomfortable voting to continue if he wants me to vote up or down.
Okay, I understand that. I don't. Again, I think we've heard a lot. I think we need to get the applicant and the agent to get on the same page. I think a 2-month delay would give them the opportunity to present a new design. It will also allow the public to weigh in if they want to. I don't think this board, and I haven't been on, I've been on the design review board 11 years prior to this. I don't think we're going to continue them into Never Never Land. I think it's continue to the next meeting, see if they have any adjustments. If they hold firm and they don't want to budge, then we can deny or approve at that point. If they come up with some other design alternative, then we have something new to look at and we can make a decision going forward.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Planner Kleiser.
2,600 is over 2,000.
So I have a motion then to continue this to February 2023, second by Kapler, seconded by Saunders. Roll call then. Board Member Saunders?
Aye.
Board Member Ohm?
No.
Board Member Kapler?
Aye.
Vice Chair Madrigal?
Holly?
You have to unmute yourself.
No.
And Chair Roth?
Aye.
Motion passes.
3-2.
Yes.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. I appreciate that. And let's go forward.
If I may, I'd like to point out that we are going to swap out staff here in a few minutes so we can continue past the 5 p.m. time.
I will not be able to stay very long past 5. I apologize. I will not be able to stay. I mean, this has been since 1 o'clock. Yeah.
I have to leave at 5 as well, unfortunately.
We need to get to the other one, don't we?
We still have three members. So that's going to bring us to 11D with the 5 members until we have no longer 5 members. Application 2022-0009, Carol Aguilar. And this is Mendocino Historic Review Board permit to replace existing sidewalk with new curb, gutters, storm drain and inlets, drainage and sidewalk along Main Street from Woodward to Heiser, upgrading driveway at Heiser, approximately 15 feet in length. Planner Jesse Waldman, are you here and can you present, please?
Thank you, board members, for staying. I will try to keep this simple and sweet, and I super appreciate the site visit that we did on November 18th. I think that was a very productive site visit for all parties. We do have the applicant, Steve McGuckin, and this request is, he is present should we have questions for him. This request for MHRB 2022 is to make improvements at the corner of Main Street and Heiser Street. And this is based on requirements for an approved subdivision that was completed, or the subdivision was approved. And this is one of the wrapping up of that final subdivision to get a clear and separate parcel that breaks up the larger parcel. To simplify, I am going to share screen because I would like to
actually,
show you.
I apologize for this. My brain's wandering down one avenue and I hear that there are 2 board members that are going to be leaving at 5. We had our original, and I know we're in the middle of an item and it's totally unprofessional, so I apologize. We put our first item back to the end of the public hearings. If board members Madrigal and leave, I have to recuse myself. We will not have a quorum. And that means that we'll take this applicant, the one with Robert McKenzie, and they'll be pushed off until February. So all due respect to them, I know we're in the middle of an item and I apologize again. Can we bring back item 11A and conclude that, and then come back into 11D?
Yes, that's at the discretion of the chair, if you like. To do
Okay,
that.
let's go ahead and do that because I want to make sure that we have enough board members to make a decision. So at this point, we're going to go back to item 11A. I'm going to recuse myself. I'm going to hand off to Vice Chair Kapler to hopefully finish up this in due haste.
Oh, please.
Thank you. I owe you for this. No pressure. No pressure. No pressure.
Okay, so we come back, and I think where we left this item is the staff was going to check on whether or not we could delete a number of conditions from the staff report of November 7th. And so, Jesse, is there any new information?
Yes, thank you. If I may, through the chair, Jesse Waldman, MHRB permit 2022-002 for the Schmidt project located at 4502 Ukiah Street. I have made revisions based on our previous discussion where the request, where the approval by the board is recommended that we add the additional pervious landscaping and compacted driveways, which were items 2 and 3 of the unrequested items. Staff has also added the change of window glass color from clear to low E windows as installed, because they're not clear. And staff is proposing the conditions of approval that are only in the staff report on pages 8 and 9 in front of you, that all conditions, that we retain conditions 1 through 6 and conditions 7 through 18 be removed per direction request of the board.
And if we do that and then approve the motion, which seems to be a long time in the past now, that allows the building permit to proceed.
That the building permit can proceed. That allows the applicants to verify that the on-site construction is consistent with both this request and the previous MHRB 2021-02, that all of those conditions are met and that the site as developed matches the approval by the board. And if that is done, then staff could move forward with the next steps of finalizing the building permit BF 2022-0429 for it to be completely signed off. It does have sign off for occupancy. It is just not finalized, where that is an important part of developing and financing and assets.
Okay, so yes, my motion will be reflected to what Planner Waldman just said for the minutes.
So what from the conditions, we're dropping, we're keeping conditions 1 to 6, and all the other conditions are being dropped. Yes?
Based on what I understood from your request earlier, yes.
Yes. Okay.
With a revised request of work.
Okay. And we're basically approving items 1 through 12 and 2 and 3 from the memo of December 5th.
For the record, I will not say that, but I won't agree with that. But for the record, the request in the staff report is revised to include items 2 and 3.
Okay.
Of the non.
All right. So we have the motion from Holly, and I think it was seconded by Alan.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It was Ishvi, sorry.
It was.
Whatever.
Yes, Holly?
Just that it was Ishvi that was the second.
Oh, okay. All right. So
okay.
Can we have a vote?
Yeah, so if I clarify, then we have a motion from Board Member Madrigal to approve the conditions, approve the project with conditions of approval 1 through 6, removing 7 through 18, and that was seconded by Board Member Ohm.
Correct.
Roll call then. Board Member Kapler?
Aye.
Board Member Saunders?
Aye.
Board Member Ohm?
Aye.
And Vice Chair Madrigal.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
And
Hallelujah.
I'll try to hang on. I'll try to hang on. Thank you for that. I will try to hang on at least through this next one. I hate to have anyone. I'll stay through the paving one.
And Jesse again, Jesse, thank you.
Thank you for letting me explain a complicated project. And first, everybody staying today, thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, board. Well done.
Okay,
All
then moving back to item 11D.
11D.
445.
Planner Waldman was in the middle of going to share the split screen. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hold on, I have to get my screen back up. Jesse Waldman, planner, if I may through the chair, the Aguilar project located at the end of Main Street at 45300 Main Street is the request to make driveway improvements on Heiser Street and sidewalk improvements along Main Street. The site visit on November 18th, we saw a set of plans and we met with the agent, and I would like to share screen right now. Can everybody see this set of plans that is in front of you today?
Yeah. Yes.
So at the site visit, we discussed with the applicant, the agent, Steve McGuckin, and the landowner, Carol Aguilar. The board had questions about painting and striping. The board also had questions about the encroachment on Heiser Street. And since the November 18th meeting with the board members, staff and the agent met with the Department of Transportation, and the agent submitted a revised simplified site plan. And it shows the revisions allowed with DOT, the new paintings, and it's a simpler plan. And I would like to show you that now. It's much simpler, but the difference is the driveway at the Heiser Street garage and the existing driveway that is required to be improved with DOT approved surfaces was allowed to have a reduced curve, but not a change of material. And we do have that approval from DOT that it would still allow for a subdivision. The driveway or the Main Street project, sidewalk, curb, drainage, different improvements. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. Here you can see the new storm drain is going to be pushed back a little bit to make that appropriate radius at the corner of Main and Heiser. There will be striping that works through that curve, and that's where this dashed area is. And it will go till the end of the sidewalk that is proposed. And everything else is the same with the exception of the Woodward Street and Main Street striping for that radius, and then T-post painting instead of a line all the way back to the curb. I don't know how to T-shaped. Ishvi may be able to correct my painting description of, I'm going to zoom in, these parking spaces here. They would not go all the way across, they would be minimized. And so this plan is to represent the changes and concerns that the board had on site, as well as to show a simplified version of what this MHRB application is requesting. And the last thing you will note on this site is that the Woodward Street encroachment permit is not on this plan because it will need to come as a separate It is development and it does require further permits. The staff report that you have received with the conditions of approval recommended with a simplified version of a smaller radius at Heiser Street at the garage, and to show you the painting. The agent may have additional comments, but this concludes my presentation to you, and we are available should you have any questions.
Thank you, Planner Waldman. Do we have our applicant and our agent presentation? I believe that's Stephen McGuckin.
Yes, we do. And I'm just going to ask that we have Planner Jessie Waldman go ahead and stop sharing screen when she can. Perfect. Thank you. Stephen, we brought you into the meeting here.
Hello, can y'all hear me now?
You can, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate y'all continuing to move forward here and to stay on the extra time to address this. As Jesse mentioned, it's a pretty straightforward project. The requirement for us to create 2 parcels and to subdivide the property. The Aguilars, as you know, have been working on this for a long time, so they're very anxious to continue with this effort to subdivide the property. The only thing I will continue to add in addition to the comments from Planner Waldman is that, currently there's existing concrete sidewalk that comprises about 120 lineal feet across the property. There was also a wood, remains a portion of the wood sidewalk that comprises about 32 lineal feet of that. What is being put back in place is concrete that will be colored and distressed to represent an aged condition of the concrete that's already in place there. But because of the size of the parking spaces that are there, the 7 parallel parking spaces, that sidewalk will extend a little bit farther than the footprint of where the wood sidewalk was at one time. So we're replacing basically 152 lineal feet of wood and concrete sidewalk with 161 feet of new concrete sidewalk. The only other thing that Jesse did not mention in this here was that due to the work out on the right of way, we will also be making a tie-in to the sanitary sewer system for purposes of a future connection and a future application that will be coming forward for that. That's all I have at this point. I can answer any other questions, and hopefully the simplified drawing shows exactly what we're proposing to do as compared to the civil engineering drawing, which, unless you're used to looking at those, can seem a lot more complicated than they really are.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Guckin. All right, do we have any correspondence or telephone calls that have been received related to this item?
We do not.
Okay. Can we put on that 3-minute timer to allow for people to invite public participation via email, which would be to PBS, again, Planning Building Services, PBS Commissions, plural, at mendocinocounty.org. And 3-minute timer, please. I guess we got our department chair, Krog, working the computer.
Yes, I'm filling in where needed. It's other duties
Nicely
assigned,
done.
right?
Wearing all those hats. I have always been impressed with you. Do you have the skills to throw that up on the?
No, I don't. I'm not logged into the right setting here. I need a different computer, but I have one running here. I'll run it for you. So
that's fine. If you can give us a 30-second heads up, that'd be great. And again, a reminder that board members, if you want to mute yourself, you won't be heard otherwise. Thank you. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
30 seconds remaining. All right, that's time.
And I'd like to note for the record, it looks like Board Member Ohm has left the meeting at 4:56.
Thank you for that. Do we have any items from the public?
We did not receive any email correspondence, and if any members of the public in the attendees area wish to provide comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature. And I don't see any hands.
Okay, great. So we're going to close the public hearing and we're going to bring it back to board members. Any thoughts, discussion?
I don't have any problems with the proposal. I'm glad to see the sidewalk being repaired finally after all these years.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good thing.
I would actually be fine to motion for approval with the recommended conditions and the updated maps. I did just want to say for the record that when we were out on that site visit, Ishvi mentioned that it is unfortunate that DOT requires concrete aprons going into the driveway because a permeable surface would be more in keeping with the character of Mendocino. But it sounds like when staff met with them, they shared our concerns, and at least DOT knows that we think that that's silly. But I'm happy to make a motion with the existing conditions.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And I will, for the record, I will, Holly, I agree. I was hoping for something permeable that would be more appropriate and environmental, but yes, regs are regs. I got it. So we have a motion by Member Madrigal and a second by Member Kapler. Could we have roll call, please?
Yes. Board Member Saunders.
Aye.
Board Member Kapler.
Aye.
Vice Chair Madrigal.
Aye.
And Chair Raw.
Aye.
Okay. Board Member Ohm is absent. Motion carries.
Thank you much, one and all. We have 3 more items, matters from the board, matters from staff, and adjournment. So Holly, I appreciate you sticking in there.
I apologize. Thank you guys. And thank you staff for all of your hard work today.
Thank you
not
for your patience.
Happy New Year. See you February. All right. So we got us 3 guys left. Item number 12, matters from the board. That means you guys. Paul's going through his notes.
Nothing.
Right? Okay. Matters from staff?
Yes, I just wanted to point out that the election made today we'll just make note of that in April, and then the next elections will be in April of 2024. Outstanding minutes will be addressed at the next hearing. And then I just wanted to say that going forward, site visits will probably be done as one group visiting all sites as opposed to scattered how it was last time.
And we can do that as long as we notice it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So
and if I may, just with returning to in-person, you also would likely have that happen the day of the hearing, unless the board asks to do it sooner than that. That's how it used to run when the board met in person, was you would start off with doing site visits while there was still light out, and then reconvene at the community center for discussion.
sounds good. Well, it's exciting. We're gonna go into the new year with going back to the new normal, whatever that is. My buddy tells me that normal is just a setting on your dryer. So with that, thank you all for your time, extended patience. It's been a long one. Staff, thank you so much. You guys work your bones off for us. And to all, happy holiday season and a new year. And to the public out there, if you're watching, please come in person. There is no charge for admission. We'd love to see you there. We'd love to get your human feedback starting the first Monday in February. So with that, I'll adjourn the meeting at 5:01 p.m. Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Happy